Senate to order. Sergeant Arms will please secure the chamber doors. Members will please take your seats. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President.
All right, Senators, on this Tuesday, April 1st, it is not April Fool's Day because we do, in fact, have Reverend Isaac Vineyard from College Creek Church in Annapolis, Maryland, guest of the distinguished senator from the capital city. Please rise for the invocation.
Let us pray. Most gracious and holy God, we begin this day full of praise for who you are and gratitude for what you have done. Thank you for the gift of another day and for the privilege of serving our communities. We ask for your guidance and protection and wisdom in every moment. Lord, I lift up these senators before you, recognizing the great responsibility they carry as they represent our diverse state. May they govern in a way that values and upholds the dignity of every person. Grant them the wisdom to lead justly and the humility to listen deeply to one another, to their constituents, and most of all, to you. And grant them the courage to do what is right, regardless of how it is perceived. Lord, protect and preserve each individual in this chamber. Watch over their families. Give them strength amidst the challenges that they face. Fill their minds with understanding and their hearts with compassion as they consider the laws that will shape our future. And we pray also for peace in our hearts, in our communities, and across the world. We pray for an end to violence and the opioid epidemic that ravages so many lives. We pray for an end to racism and bigotry and all forms of injustice. And we remember those who are in war-torn regions around the world. We pray for the safety of civilians and the protection and success of those who are fighting for justice. God, bring the evil of war to an end. And bring about the peace that marks your kingdom, both in our world and in our hearts. And now as these senators move forward with their work, surround them with your presence, wisdom, and love. Equip them with strength, humility, and courage, both today and every day. Amen.
Thank you. Recognize the senator from the capital city.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we were truly blessed this morning with the prayer of Pastor Isaac Vineyard. He's the senior pastor at the College Creek Church. I'm sure that he walked here today because he lives just blocks away from this institution where he also works and serves and builds community and builds his church. He's the visionary behind The Haven, which is a sanctuary of hope for those in need of place of refuge and transformation, working with the young children in that community. If you ever find yourself during session looking for a place to steal away to on a Sunday, if you're here in Annapolis, the College Creek Church is just off of Clay Street, not far from here, and you will certainly find the presence of God there. Mr. President, I ask that we journalize the gentleman's comments.
Without objection, most certainly, Senator, we will journalize the Reverend's remarks this morning and thank him for his presence and for being here. Thank you. All right, has everyone recorded their presence in the chamber? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 44 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland is again back in session. Let's see if we have introductions. Recognize the senator from the 25th District.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to our esteemed colleagues. Today, I rise to recognize and honor the young men of the Manhood 101 program from Prince George's County, Maryland. These remarkable young men are the future leaders of our communities, and today they have joined us in Annapolis to witness the workings of our state government firsthand in Annapolis. In a time when our youth face numerous challenges, these young men are embracing their potential and taking steps to shape a brighter future. Their presence here today is a testament to their dedication to learning, growing, and becoming informed, active citizens. By engaging with the legislative process and observing the intricacies of state government, They are gaining invaluable insights and leadership, civic responsibility, and the power of community engagement. As we welcome them today, let's recognize the potential they hold within themselves. They are not just participants in a program, they are leaders, advocates, and change makers of tomorrow. I want to recognize the leader and creator of this program, Coach Blue, for giving these young men such great opportunities. Today in the balcony with Coach Blue, we have David Amisa, Stephen Walls, Xavier Crooks, Habib Jamoa, Hamad Jamoa, Thesis Payton, Isaac Alaudre, Enute Ajaya, Malachi Owanya, Halmed Kamara, Derek Houston, Muhammad Bilal, and Sidney Mulleray. Let's give these future leaders from Manhood 101 a warm Senate welcome. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us today. We hope you have a wonderful day watching democracy in action. Senator from the 43rd? No? Senator from the, oh, no. Any further introductions? Yes, I recognize the senator from Howard and Montgomery counties.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we often joke that my office runs on coffee and interns, and today I have three remarkable young students with us. Would you guys all stand up? Colin Hancock is a junior at the University of Maryland College Park and was working on a career in public policy. Fina Hasu is also at UMD, studies public policy and accounting, and Riley Donahue is a master's at UMBC, Division I basketball player, and is also working on a career in public policy. And so I just want to thank them and thank all of the interns who support us during these difficult 90 days. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us today. Thank you all for your work. All right, any further introductions? Senator from Prince George's.
Good. So colleagues, I would just ask, I know that we're being visited by a group of students who are in my district, but also in the 24th Legislative District. If the students from Flowers High School are here, if they could stand up.
Flowers High School? Flowers, excellent. Welcome.
And let's just welcome them. I'm so pleased to see you all.
Welcome to Flowers High School. I hope you all enjoy your visit today. Enjoy. Thank you for being here. All right. Any further introductions? It appears not. Let's jump into it. So be considered the reading of the journal from the prior legislative day. We're going to do two sessions today. We're going to... I'm sure. All right. I think we know who. All right. No, we understand. We understand, Senator. All right, not funny. All right, onwards we go. Scheduled today, we're going to do a double session. We're going to go until about 11, probably 1-ish today, we'll say. We'll do committee for a bit, not for too long, and then we'll be back probably around 4. So maybe 3:30, we'll see. We'll see what the timing looks like, how much we've gotten through. So we're going to work through. It's going to be a long day, but we'll make the best of it. So, all right. Let's go ahead and start from the most important stuff. If we can do, let's see, we're missing a few people. Let's go ahead, let's see. Yeah, we're missing a couple. So I think, let's go ahead and start with a layover calendar. This is a Senate bill, layover calendar 38. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 428, the President Chesapeake Bay Legacy Act. Question is on the adoption of the 4 committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, question is on the 4 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, recognize the minority leader.
Mr. President, can we just special order this one until after the House bill?
Would that be okay?
We could, except I don't know where the House bill is.
That's perfect.
So we can. Are there any objections to special ordering it until after the House bill? Without objection, we will special order this until after the House bill. We can pull up that House bill now, and I will find it in just a moment. Madam Clerk, do we have that one readily available? All right, we're going to switch. We're going to go to the Finance Committee. We're going to do a second reader on finance. We're going to go to, this is report number 42. Report number 42. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 99, Delegate Rogers, Anne Arundel County, Class A off-sale and Class D off-sale licenses, population ratio quota, favorable with one amendment.
Recognize the Senator from Anne Arundel as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 99 as amended is identical to Senate Bill 571, which passed the Senate unanimously earlier this session. The bill generally limits the issuance of specific alcoholic beverages in certain assessment districts of Anne Arundel County based on a population ratio quota of one license for every 3,500 individuals. Amendment 1 conforms the bill to its Senate cross-file. There's no fiscal impact. There was a letter of support from the Anne Arundel County Senate delegation. I move the amendment and adoption of the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 99 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 107, Delegate Pruski, Consumer Protection Automatic Renewals, favorable one amendment.
All right, recognize the Senator from Anne Arundel as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 107 is similar to Senate Bill 49, which passed the Senate unanimously earlier this session. The bill generally establishes a regulatory framework to govern automatic renewals between a consumer and a seller in which a paid subscription or purchasing agreement is automatically renewed for a subsequent term and requires that the seller allow a consumer to terminate an automatic renewal in a simple, cost-effective, and widely available mechanism as specified. The bill does not apply to certain entities that are already subject to regulation by specified federal and state entities. Amendment 1 conforms the bill to its Senate cross-file as it passed the Senate, and additionally excludes entities regulated under the Maryland Service Contracts and Consumer Products Guarantee Act from the bill. There is no fiscal impact. I move the amendments and adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 107 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 258, Delegate Wells, Economic Development, West North Avenue Development Authority, alterations, favorable.
Recognizing Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 258 is an emergency bill that is similar to Senate Bill 4, which passed the Senate unanimously earlier this session. Generally, the bill modifies the statutory structure of the West North Avenue Development Authority to more closely align with that of a state economic development authority. The amendments added onto the bill in the House extend the termination date for WNADA until September 30th, 2029, rather than making the authority permanent, and require that WNADA be self-sufficient beginning in fiscal 2028. There are no committee amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 258 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 333, Delegate Kerr, Healthcare Ecosystem Stakeholder Cybersecurity Work Group, favorable with one amendment.
Recognize the Senator from the 28th as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. House Bill 333 as amended is identical to Senate Bill 691. The bill establishes the Healthcare Ecosystem Stakeholder Cybersecurity Work Group, which will develop strategies for preventing, responding to, and recovering from a cybersecurity incident in the healthcare-related industry. The work group must submit the first report by January 1, 2026, and a final report by December 1, 2026. The one amendment is technical. Mr. President, I move the amendment and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 333 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 512, Frederick County Delegation, Frederick County Barbershop and Beauty Salon, Beer and Wine License alterations, favorable.
Recognizing the minority whip as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 512 is identical to Senate Bill 738, which passed the Senate earlier this session. It generally increases from 5 ounces to 6.5 ounces the amount of wine by the glass that can be served for on-premises consumption under a barbershop or beauty salon beer and wine license in Frederick County. There are no amendments and no fiscal impact, and there wasn't any opposition at the committee hearing, and there is a letter of support from the delegation, so I would move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 512 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 761, the Speaker, Maryland Uniform Disposition of Abandoned Property Act revisions, favorable.
Mr. President.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, recognize the minority whip as the floor leader.
No problem, Mr. President. House Bill 761 is similar to SB 665, which passed unanimously here in the Senate earlier this session. The bill generally modernizes our Uniform Disposition of Abandoned Property Act, which governs how abandoned property is distributed in the state. Among other provisions, HB 761 explicitly applies the requirements of the Act to additional forms of property, including virtual currency, and establishes various new requirements and procedures related to abandoned property claims that align with national best practices. Amendments on the bill and added onto the bill in the House are generally clarifying and align with current practice. There were no committee amendments and no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 761 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1141, Baltimore County Delegation, Baltimore County Alcoholic Beverages, change of location, favorable.
Recognize the senator from District 8 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1141 is an emergency bill that authorizes the Baltimore County Board of License Commissioners to approve a change of location for a license if the license was originally issued in the same election district and has been at the same location for at least 10 years. There are no amendments. There is no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. There is a letter of support from the Baltimore County Senate delegation. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1141 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. All right, I think we're ready now. Let's go ahead to the budget here. So let's do a quorum call.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their presence? Madam Secretary, if we could please ring the bells. All right. The clerk will take the call. With 46 members in the chamber and a quorum having been achieved, the Senate of Maryland remains in session. Let's go ahead and take up third reading calendar number 21. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 350, the Speaker, Budget Bill, Fiscal Year 2026.
All right, House Bill 350 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? Yes, recognize the senator from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. President, and colleagues. I appreciate the robust debate that we had yesterday, and I just want to offer my same comments that I gave in our committee last week, and appreciate the continued collaboration. You know, I've been on a budget committee here since I've been to Annapolis, pretty much every year that I've been here, except for my first year, and have always tried to support, obviously, the work of the committee and support the budget and the work of the entire body here. Obviously, there are some differences here this year. We had, again, a lot of discussion about that last night and throughout the day. You know, I look forward to the continued collaboration as we move forward. Unfortunately, this year, this is a year that I don't think that our side of the aisle is going to be able to support the budget, but we do appreciate the continued collaboration and look forward to continued work here in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further, yes, I recognize the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this budget. As everyone in Maryland knows, Maryland is under attack from Washington. The national economists have projected that Maryland is the state most at risk from the Musk-Trump cuts to the federal government. We already had to make another $350 million.
Point of
what
order.
purpose does the senator
Yes.
rise?
There's an administration in Washington. The vice president's name is J.D. Vance, and I think it's appropriate that we not call names about people who are involved in the administration, Mr. President.
Senator has an opinion that is a political opinion. Certainly, we can avoid using personal references, but nothing unfactual at this point. Senator may proceed.
Thank you. I don't think there's any disagreement about who's in charge in Washington and what their agenda is and how dangerous that is to the working people and businesses of Maryland. We had to make $350 million in additional cuts to the budget this year simply because of the first rumblings of the Trump recession. The Board of Revenue estimates marked down our revenue because they were seeing what was happening to the Maryland economy because of the policies being pursued in Washington. And we know this is just the beginning, which is why in this budget we put in the Trump triggers and the Trump recession triggers so that as more federal budget cuts come and the economy slows down and our fiscal problems grow, we've asked that the administration, our administration in Annapolis, the Secretary of Budget and Management, identify the attacks on Maryland's budget and economy and come to the Legislative Policy Committee with plans to deal with them so we can get on top of this in real time. We don't know when they're coming, we don't know how big they're coming, but we know these attacks are coming. The other thing that this budget does is it shows that we're not rolling over. We're not rolling over for the attacks on Maryland. We're protecting health care. We're protecting education. We're protecting public safety. We're protecting transportation. We're protecting public safety. We're making the tax system more fair. We're cutting taxes for income taxes for 59% of Maryland's individual taxpayers and raising them for 6%. One of the most important moves forward for a progressive tax system in the history of Maryland. And I congratulate Governor Moore for taking the leadership on this and working with the House to provide this tax relief for working Marylanders. This is a budget about protecting Maryland's people. Today, we're doing it. But the battle is not over because of what's going on in Washington. But for today, we're doing what we need to do. I urge a green vote.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Further discussion on the budget? Yes, I recognize the Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are having to deal with a fiscal situation that we did not because of the new administration in Washington. In fact, many will recognize that when Governor Hogan left, there was a $5 billion surplus in the state of Maryland. We came into this legislative session and saw a $3 billion deficit. I'll mind you, that was before anybody was inaugurated in mid-January. We all knew the situation that we had when we walked into the chambers in early January. I think the anger that we just saw right there is more a reflection of the recognition that this state over-relies on federal government. And now all of a sudden changes are being made at the federal government because people want to see a change. They want to see a more efficient government. They want to see lower taxes. And we're getting angry because it's affecting us differently, because we over-relied on government jobs rather than private sector jobs. That's what the problem is right now. The problem is that we continue to pass legislation that adversely affects Maryland businesses. And we'll probably talk a little bit more about this technology tax during the BRFA conversations. But the very industry that Governor Moore is trying to promote in Maryland, this General Assembly is going to pass a tax on those businesses. You cannot tax your way through to prosperity. And that's what this legislation would do. It's actually what we heard yesterday. Shouldn't we be partners and tax all the people, all the businesses that we're trying to promote? I don't think that's good business sense. I don't think Pennsylvania's doing that. Virginia's doing that. We know we're not seeing these types of tax increases in North Carolina and South Carolina. They're getting all the jobs and seeing double-digit economic growth. Maryland, we're flatlined. No growth at all, if any. It's because we're relying on the federal government and state government and local government and county government to employ people in Maryland. And if you're doing well, as the governor said in Maryland, well, we're going to tax you higher too. People that do well aren't just born well. They're not just, I'm doing well because I have a certain job. People that do well because they work hard. They go out and they work 50, 60, 80 hours a week to be productive, to bring money into their companies. And the governor is saying, well, you're fortunate, so we're going to tax you a little bit more in this bill, this budget. The governor needs to remember, again, when he stepped into office, his first budget that he introduced says we are in a fortunate fiscal condition. Fortunate fiscal condition. That doesn't sound like we're in a $3 billion deficit. Sounds like actually things were left pretty good to the new governor. And again, in 3 short years, we've gone through $8 billion. And we're mad at the federal government for that? I think it's a little misplaced there. I think it's a little misplaced that we want to be angry at the federal government because of our budgetary woes. Mr. President, outside of that, again, I think we're trying to have very polite discourse going on through here. The immediate comments that we heard right away attacking a new administration, again, my colleague, the whip, I think is unfounded in trying to do that. I think Marylanders want to see that we are taking on this responsibility ourselves. We're not blaming federal government administrations. We're not blaming the previous governor. We right now are making the decisions that will affect Maryland's futures. We are making those decisions. The federal government, not the previous governor. We are making those decisions. And we have chose this year to add $1.6 billion in new taxes to find a way to balance this budget. Republicans yesterday put up an amendment that says we can balance this budget without new taxes. Got bipartisan support on that. We'll probably have more, we will have bipartisan support on our budget and not on this budget. That's telling you a lot, that we were able to come up with something that was able to balance a budget without having to raise taxes. Sure, different priorities, different sets of what we think are important, but at the end of the day, it comes back, and I know we had an argument about this, wants versus needs. We are in a needs crisis right now. We need to focus on what our needs are, not our wants. When we can do that, we will be able to find a budget and balance a budget that can be done without taxes, and without increases. And that's what Marylanders are expecting us to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion, recognize the minority whip on the third reader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some comments for the BRFA later, but I did want to make a couple of notes following up on hearing from colleagues in both sides of the aisle here. Number one, my point of order was to say that in all the time we had the president previously, I always would have referred to it as the Biden-Harris administration. I wouldn't have used pejoratives like the Biden-Soros administration or something like that. I think it's important on this floor. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And it's the same concept. So that's my point. I understand it's opinions. We can all have opinions about political stuff. Let me just say this. If constantly increasing government spending grows the economy, we heard that the federal cuts mean the economy is going to start to go slower and slower. If constantly increasing government spending grows the economy, why do we make any reductions in spending in this budget? The budget still spends more than it did last year, narrowly, but I do recognize, and the budget chairman's correct, that the state operating dollars went down, which is good. There's other funds that have gone up. If it grows the economy, then why would we not just keep increasing spending constantly? The federal government, the fact is the government does not grow the economy. Government takes money out of the economy. Now, there are times the government can prime the pump in some ways, but it's not lasting growth, and we're seeing it right now in this state. We cannot spend our way, we truly cannot government spend our way into prosperity. And so we put forward, I thought, some very thoughtful, some of them a little bit tough, but thoughtful choices yesterday. And we appreciate the bipartisan support, but they did not make it. So I would just say this idea that we somehow that this is an external problem that's causing this, there may be some federal cuts that contribute to some of our need to make changes for a little while. But part of that's because we've become over-reliant on federal government largesse. And again, though, it's so important. Only Maryland in our region has this problem. Virginia has more federal workers and more federal contractors per capita or per annum or whatever than whatever the term is, than Maryland does. They have a surplus and they're cutting taxes. West Virginia has a number of federal workers, not as many as we do, but they're cutting taxes with a surplus. It's not a partisan issue. Virginia is sort of a purple state. West Virginia, a red state. Delaware, a cobalt blue state, but they're fiscally in pretty good shape as well. So is Pennsylvania, more of a swing state. And then we have states like the Carolinas that are just surging without as much federal investment. So we've got to look at what we've been doing. And I know there was a desire to do that in the budget committee to some extent. Obviously, we have a perspective that says we should have gone further on really retrenching and cutting back and recessing Maryland state government more. So my vote will be red on this budget. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from District 11.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of this budget. This was not easy. I've been here 11 years. I've been on budget committees on both sides for all but 2.5 of those years. This was a tough budget, and this committee, along with the House, along with the governor, in good communication with our citizens and full transparency, considered all kinds of options that were on the table here. I am very proud to be making the kinds of investments that we need to make to take care of the most vulnerable among us, to support our students who, my friend from Baltimore City calls them our young scholars, to invest in the kind of education system that we need and want in this state, to have a world-class shock trauma unit that is the envy of everywhere. And we are doing this responsibly. And I have to take issue with some of the comments that were made with regard to the federal government not having any impact on this. The nonpartisan Board of Revenue estimates stated as such in the last review when we had a $300 million write-down. Just yesterday, the chair of the Budget and Tax Committee from that rostrum talked about the impact of $400 million in cuts coming down from the federal government to our education system, of COVID pandemic relief to our schools that was promised, 70% of which was already spent. That is going to have an impact on our budget. So I think we are doing this responsibly. We are going to adjourn in only a few days. And every day we wake up to new news about how our budget and how our citizens are being impacted by decisions made by a very small number of people down the road a piece. And we, if I had to bet, are going to be back here sometime in the next couple of months before next January. And we're going to have to make even harder decisions. So I think we're doing this responsibly. I think we are looking out and representing our constituents in the best and most fair way we can. Look, I don't like to raise taxes, but I think we are doing so responsibly in order to make the kinds of investments we need to make so that my 15-month-old granddaughter is raised in the kind of community in Maryland that we all want for all of our children and grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 37th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just real quick, you know, I'm rising in opposition. I'm going to vote against the budget, but I also want to recognize that the Senate budget, the Senate version is much better than the House version, and I think that has to be acknowledged. The willingness to take a different look at the budget from the Senate versus the House is a good thing. It's a good thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't go far enough. And you heard these comments about Washington. Well, when you go to our counties, that's how they talk about Annapolis. The frustration and the fury in this room talking about Washington, D.C., that's what we hear in our counties about the state and the state's mandates and the way the state is continuing to spend and push costs off to counties. The counties are out of money. The counties are stretched thin. In Dorchester County, you know, with the blueprint in Dorchester County, we've had to cancel all these kid programs for the summer, and they're still $5 million short, and it's because of the state mandates. And the state keeps saying, do this, you have to do this, you have to do this, and the counties, they can't do it. So the same frustration that everyone is, whether it's being discussed about Washington and the changes happening in Washington, those are the same frustrations that I hear in my district from my locals. And it goes to, what are we doing with managing the state and the state budget? What's substantively changing? I mean, there's some changes that we put in the Senate budget, which is good, but they don't go far enough. That's why I can't vote for this. I just needed to share that. It is something that hasn't been mentioned, but the way this budget operates and the way it's impacting the locals, it's just not right.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 14th District.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, governing is hard. I mean, we could stand here or sit here and literally not do anything, and Marylanders will continue to feel the pain that they're starting to feel. I mean, as the chair said, $400 million cut that we didn't expect to education. That's going to possibly increase class sizes. But, Mr. President, you know, what I'm here to talk about is like what this budget is actually going to do. So you can vote against the operating budget, but I'll tell you, I'm here to defend this House, and I'm here to defend Maryland taxpayers when we're investing $29 million to the Eastern Shore Hospital, or funding to St. Mary's College, or $4 million for the Hagerstown Multi-Use Facility Fund, or more than $17 million of which is going to go to Dorchester County for disparity grants, or more than $121 million for men and women in public safety. That goes above and beyond the hundreds of millions of dollars we are providing to children and individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And no, we can't cut our way out of this, and we can't budget on a whim. We can't just throw something on the board and say, oh, well, this will work, or we're going to just eliminate this, and oh, that'll work. No, we have to take a balanced approach, because if we're not doing it, who will? And yeah, I mean, look, there are times that we have support on one end and the other end. The bottom line is we're all in this together, and people are counting on us. We have to have a backbone here in the General Assembly, and no, we do. But we're seeing less and less of it on Capitol Hill, and you won't feel the pressure. You're getting calls saying, what can Maryland do to prevent the cuts to the developmental disability community and Medicaid? We're the ones who have to protect this House. We're the ones who have to stand up for future generations of Marylanders. And is this budget perfect? No. No, but it's never going to be perfect, but we have to do something, and we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So we had to take a balanced approach. We are giving tax relief to more Marylanders that had it before. We're also, cutting. We're cutting. People feel it. Every day we're getting calls to our office saying, don't cut us. Everybody has skin in this game, but I'll tell you, we are going to protect Maryland, we are going to protect Marylanders, and we're going to make sure that they know we have their back. And that's both in this budget and the Budget Reconciliation Finance Act, and it'll happen in the capital budget, where we're not only investing in operations, we're going to make sure they have the facilities to work and thrive. So, colleagues, I know this budget isn't easy, but look, governing isn't easy. And if governing it was easy, they wouldn't need us here. So I'm proud to be a senator. I'm proud to be here voting on this budget, because if we're not going to do something, then nobody will. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognizing the senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to thank my chairman. I want to thank my sub-chair. I want to thank the chairman for Capital. I want to thank you for all the hard work that you've done. I want to thank you for working with us. I want to thank you for opening the door and having the conversation with us. I know this is not easy. And I know it's not easy to vote for this. And I know a lot of us are going to vote for it. I know the time when the chairman of spending and affordability, we met and we knew where we were. But we still know where we are today. In November, we met. We said, we're not in a good place. We knew it then. Today, we can still say, we're still not in a good place. But I can just say the same thing as one of the good senators said. The Senate did much better than the House. I believe we did a good job. But did we do enough? Maybe not. Maybe we could have did a little more. But Mr. President, I can say this. I pray for our state. I pray for our nation. I pray for our president and our governor. I pray for you. I pray for decisions that we make, because they're very important. Why? Because it affects millions of people. And the button that we push here is going to make a statement, not just for you or for me, but for our neighbors, for our small businesses, for our mom and pop shops, for our big businesses, for our churches, for our hospitals. You think about that. And then I think about the cause and effect of it all as well. So, Mr. President, before I push my button, I pray. And I know we all, in heart, are trying to do the right thing for our people. I know we are. And it's a hard decision, very hard. But again, I can't thank my partners, my friends, I call them my committee, how hard they worked. But I'm also here to tell you it's very hard to push the green button on this bill. But I thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I don't stand up on the floor very often to speak, but this is something I feel pretty passionate about. I look at the work that our committee has done over the last couple of months, and even before that, meeting with people and listening to what the needs of the whole state are, trying to balance that, trying to make sure we didn't cut too much from one or give more than another one should. None of the decisions that we've made, not one of them, was made easily. Every decision was totally measured as far as I could see. I've chaired the Education Subcommittee, and there are some things that people don't like about the budget, but I would say most of the things that are in our budget, they do like. As the total budget, we're spending $400 million less this year than we did last year. People don't seem to focus on the fact that we did make a lot of cuts in this budget. So I would just urge a favorable report on this. I don't think any of us ever dreamed ever that things that are happening now coming from Capitol Hill and how they will affect our state, how that would ever happen, and it is happening. And I think this budget is kind of our defense at this point for what's happening down there. And I just think we have to support it and look forward to what we're going to do next with this, the cut we just got on Friday, the $400 million. I'm hoping that's the last one, but I'm guessing it's probably not. So I just think we have to stick together, pass a good budget, and move on to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Recognized Senator from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I hear a lot of talk about the need for, that they understand that there's a need for tax relief or tax cuts, and that we're hearing that our constituents are having a lot of concerns and are being stressed in their own everyday life. And then I hear a lot of those statements followed up by a lot of but. And anybody that listens to that's a real listens to the wordsmithing of the language of ours understands that the word but just cancels out everything that you just said, and now you're going to tell everybody what you really think. It's a clever thing that we do in our language. And so when I hear these things and I hear people saying how they want to do this and how they want to do that, but we can't really do that, we've got to do it. We've got to do it. We've got to make the cuts. The Baltimore Sun did a poll not long ago. About 5,000 people were polled regarding the $3.3 billion deficit we're facing. 86.3% strongly disapprove of this administration's handling of the deficit. Now, I want to say right now, I appreciate the hard work that the committees have done. It has been a daunting task, I assure you. All of us understand that, and we appreciate that hard work that every member on those committees has done to help fix this budget. But it's not enough. In that same Baltimore Sun poll, only 7.6% strongly support our current administration's handling of this deficit. In 2023, our comptroller handed out, when they closed out the books, we had a $555 million unassigned for the general fund. Here we are at the end of 2023. The end of 24. The forecast for 2024 in that same report from the comptroller was that we were projected to have a $367 million surplus. We all should be asking these questions. Where did it go? Is it the policies that this body is making that's causing us to hemorrhage the money the way we are? We've got to do better. And we still haven't even gotten to the Quorum, which is hanging out there in 2 years. This is wholly unacceptable, as my good friend likes to make fun of me for saying. We've got to do better for all of our citizens. It doesn't matter if you're in Montgomery County, if you're in Allegheny County, or you're on the shore. Everyone is feeling it. And we're driving businesses out of our state. ECM's vice chairman moves his business out of state because we have an IT tax. That's very telling. We've got to do better, and continuing to tax and spend and do these initiatives that's hurting the middle class the most is not fair, and I'll be casting a red vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 45th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I reflect back on this budget, Mr. President, I think about the word uncomfortable. And I think that during those moments of being uncomfortable, there's no better group that I would have been wanting to stand beside than this Budget and Taxation Committee. You see, Mr. President, when I think about my chair, there was a moment, and I see him very consistently throughout my past 11 years, but this one was rare for him, and I reminded him, and I knew that that was a moment where he was uncomfortable. We were all scared. We did not know. We did not know the known. But what I learned from my chair And that's why I appreciate being in this uncomfortable position, because I felt like I grew. I think that the first space that we found ourselves in was patience. And once we moved past that patient piece of it, Mr. President, I think we started listening and bringing in all parties to be able to understand fully how stakeholders were impacted, but more importantly, making sure that the decisions that we were making would be thoughtful. You see, Mr. President, I reflect back on the body of work that I was able to work on with my chair. And that was the folks that were in the disability community. And I think about how much time we spent making sure that the cake get baked in the right way. Did we make cuts? Yes. But did we protect those that needed us the most in this budget? Yes, we did. Then I think about when my colleague from Baltimore County talked about the young scholars. And there were very, very trying moments in the discussions around education. You see, because concentration of poverty is very, very personal for me. When we think about the funding formulas, Mr. President, that was very personal to me. But I'm glad that we didn't get 100% of what we want. I admit that when there was cuts in reference to something that the chairman cared deeply about, mental health. So we made some cuts. We talked about that. And then I'll lean in on this third one, Mr. President, transportation. You see, I think about all those young scholars that do not have the luxury of having one car, let alone multiple cars. And their only mode of transportation is our public transportation system. And sometimes they're not getting to school on time. Sometimes they may not get to school at all. And all of this money that we're making in reference to investing in education, we're not starting it right because we can't figure out the transportation component. But you know what? We were able to figure out the transportation component in this budget. And I'm very proud of that work that we were doing. So are we doing it at 100%? No. But are we going in the right direction, that we're protecting the most vulnerable and being very thoughtful, patient, and listening in this process? Yes, we are. You see, Mr. President, I'm always taught that our budget is our priorities. But our congressman from the 7th Congressional District reminded us, our late congressman reminded us that our budget is our moral compass. And I feel as though we're moving in the right direction with our moral compass, Mr. President. And I just want to reiterate what I said in the beginning. There's no other people that I would be wanting to stand next to than the members at this time and in this moment that was very uncomfortable without those folks on budget and taxation. So thank you. And thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the chair of the committee.
Kind of hard to follow that. First off, I just need to thank my committee and to thank, just hearing you all speak today makes me very proud. We do work very hard to get things as right as we possibly can. But that's the nature of compromise, that doesn't always feel good. Matter of fact, it always feels bad to somebody. Before I make little extended remarks, I need to actually talk a little bit about the technical nature of the budget and the words that we use. I heard a few things here earlier that it's easy to throw around words like deficit and structural deficit, which are two entirely different things. It's important because this gets wrapped up in the press and what the public hears, and a structural deficit is not a deficit. It's a challenge. It's an aspiration about what you might want to do, and it's a challenge to see if you can actually do it. People talked about surpluses, $5 billion surplus, and then said in the same breath, my good friend, that $5 billion was gone, and then there's a $3 billion structural, and so we've got an $8 billion problem. Nothing could be farther from the truth. $5 billion was a cash surplus. And that cash surplus, much to maybe the, well, let's just say it's not gone. As a matter of fact, we continue to have that large rainy day fund. We also used a lot of that money to pay for some very important capital projects and a one-time use all across the state in many of your districts. Hospitals everywhere. We used that cash surplus in a responsible way because that's the way we think about things on our committee. We did come in with a structural deficit this year. And guess what? During the 8 years of the previous administration, 7 of those years, there was a structural deficit. We need to talk about this in terms of what is real. A structural deficit is an aspiration of what we want to do in the future. Let me say this, we could end that structural deficit in one quick amendment. We could cut the blueprint in half. We could change the formulas for medical assistance quickly. We could do all that in one quick moment. And that structural deficit would be gone. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? We do it because we still have hope that we can accomplish those great goals that we established. Because we decided that every child deserved a world-class education. We balanced this budget this year. And we still kept sort of the hope of what would be the future. You know what? If we get into a very dire situation, whether it's because of the federal government's actions or something else, we can take that step at any time. We can change those formulas like that. We can end that structural deficit within seconds. We don't need to do that right now. It would be heavy-handed, in my opinion. It would be too much, in my opinion. It would be changing the pace dramatically from what we have to do, and we'd be sending a message. We'd be sending a message that those things don't matter. They do matter. Healthcare matters. Education matters. Those things matter. And we're sending the message that they continue to matter. And we know, and the reason I said at the beginning of the year I was not worried about our situation in the grand sense is because I always knew in my back pocket we had the ability to get rid of that structural deficit in seconds. But why would we? Why would we destroy that hope? We didn't. We didn't with this budget. You know, we took some tough stances. You know, the minority whip said a minute ago, well, we kind of reduced the budget, we kind of didn't. Well, guess what? We kind of did. I would ask, would you not want to take the federal funds that are given to us? Would you not want to take the money that comes in through special funds? The only thing that we really drive home, the only thing that we really deal with is our general fund budget. And guess what? The general fund budget came in 1% lower than last year. And we proposed a budget that is 1.5% than last year. This is kind of unheard of. We cut the budget 1.5%. The general fund budget, the thing that really we're focused on, the thing that drives what we do here in the state. There are incredible tough choices wherever we look. There was a lot of discussion yesterday about transportation. There was a lot of upset and angst about the decisions and those increases in fees and such. Well, guess what? Without those things, we would not have the roads, the bridges, the transit, the airport, the port. The Transportation Trust Fund wouldn't have the money necessary to do these things. Guess what? There were things that we didn't like, and we made changes. We didn't do that delivery fee that everybody seemed worked up about. There's lots of reasons why not to like everything you do. Somebody's going to have a problem with it on every issue. And boy, do I know it. Boy, do I know it. Spent a lot of sleepless nights on that. By the end of the day, sort of basic values, helping working folks, giving people a hand when they're in trouble, lifting up the hope of a different kind of future in education. We can't do everything. Government can't. But we need to do what we can do to make this state a better place. And we can do it within the constructs of the way the budget is set up. And we can do it if we talk about it honestly, about how the budget works. I am very grateful to all of you. The committee first, of course, but all of you. There are always going to be these moments. It's part of a cycle of life. There's the good years, and then there's the not so good years. These test us. In my opinion, we passed on this budget. Thank you very much.
All right. Budget is on third reading for final passage. If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to explain their vote, change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 33 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 350, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 352, the Speaker, Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act of 2025.
House Bill 352 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? Recognizing the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the debate over the role of government and both the budget and this document, the BRFA, is a healthy one for us to have. And it's good that we have it, of course, in public, which is, of course, the standard that we hold and we always adhere to. You know, as I look at the BRFA this year, I'm reminded of the old joke. My dad is a minister, and there's an old joke about church where the preacher comes in and says, "We found all the money we need." Good news, we found all the money that we need to meet this need that we have, or to build the new building, or to fund the orphanage. That's the good news. The bad news is it's all still in your wallet. And I kind of feel like this BRFA is that way. We can balance the budget, but we're going to have to take some more from you, Maryland taxpayers. And look, we have not approached this discussion throughout the session in a cavalier way on this side of the aisle, we've acknowledged that the only way to balance the budget was to make some very serious decisions and tough choices. And we offered a couple of ideas yesterday. We offered an omnibus amendment that had a number of cuts, and then we offered some selected things to see if we could shave off some more of the funds so that we could try to not have so many of the tax increases in this BRFA. And, you know, it's important to be honest that, yes, you'd have to make changes to how the state's running some things for sure. And I think that that's a fair debate. I just want to say, when we talk about choices, there are Marylanders making choices every day, and it's getting tougher and tougher with the cost of living in this state. Maryland is a high tax, high cost of living state overall. We have a very generous state government that is funded by taxpayers that has a lot of things that are great for people, and they're trying to be helpful to people. And, you know, but there's a point where we start to run out of the people to tax to make this happen. As I look at the BRFA, as I itemize the different tax increases that are here, it ends up, despite the fact that some taxes that were proposed have been eliminated, and I salute the Budget and Tax Committee for either defeating or holding off a number of taxes that were talked about and trying to moderate some of the proposals. Especially there were some from our friends in the House that were kind of out there, and they didn't make it, which is good. But we still have the largest combined tax increase in the history of the state. And we have everything from a new tax on computer and IT services, which is the very industry that we're trying to get more of in the state. There's a income tax increase on the so-called high earners, and yeah, they are high earners, but they also are incredibly mobile, and we've seen in our state's history that it doesn't take much for folks to just transport themselves when they're making several $100,000 or over $1 million a year. And a lot of those folks are the ones who are investing in the economy or own the businesses. A strategy of growing the economy, which the governor talked about a lot this session, a strategy of growing the economy would be to incentivize those people to stay and invest more, not take more and incentivize them to leave. There's a new 6% sales tax on vending machines. That's not going to hurt anybody that's a high earner, but that's going to hurt a lot of people, at least a little bit on the low end. 6% tax now on advertising, things that are used in advertising, pictures and digital pictures. It's going to impact the cost of advertising for small businesses. There's accelerating, although the Senate did roll it back some, but the vehicle increases. We're more than doubling emissions fees, created a new tire tax. We talked about that last night. Doubling the car titling fee. And there are several others that I could go through. And look, I mean, trying to get to the number means there were a lot of things in play. But it comes back to me to the issue of the choices we make in state government. And what we were trying to get at last night as we offered many amendments was you do have to make some changes. You have to retrench. We talked a lot about the hope for a world-class education. I hear that, we've heard that a lot. And I think we all share that goal. We want our children and the children that we're responsible for as elected officials in the sense of the education system, we want a world-class education system. And there's a lot of good things in Maryland's education system. There's a lot of things that have come up short year after year. And it's not all on the people involved. Sometimes I know that there can be people who feel defensive if you talk about the system, because we know there are teachers that are putting their blood and sweat into their classrooms. We know there are people that care about it. We know that there's parental responsibility, there's community responsibility, and sometimes that's come up short. So it's not all on the people working in the system, but there's no question that we've increased spending dramatically in education for the last 25 years, and our SAT scores are worse, our reading scores are worse, math is worse. So there's a certain point where, while we're not suggesting you want to cut education from where you are now, we are saying, we should slow down how fast we're going and not raise taxes on working Marylanders for a little while longer so we can see, it's a reasonable argument. This idea that if you ever slow down spending, that spending increases, that somehow you're against whatever it is you're slowing down isn't right. This BRFA just continues to fund accelerated growth in the state budget, the state government overall. And so, Mr. President, this has not been a simply, I'm against taxes because I'm against taxes. This has been, throughout session, we've offered substantive alternatives to raising taxes. And what we have in this BRFA, you know, if this BRFA had a couple of tax increases that were going up and saying, hey, look, we're plugging a couple $100 million because we just couldn't get all the way there, that might be one thing, honestly. This is a $1.5, $1.6 billion, this is a huge tax increase combined. And so my vote will be no on this. We cannot continue to go back to the taxpayers again and again. It's going to cost us in this state in losing talent, treasure, and frankly, we're losing our culture. A lot of people leaving. A lot of people that have grown up in Maryland are talking about leaving. And you know what? Whether you believe that they understand all this or that they're in thinking the right reality, their bottom line is going to dictate what they do, finally. So, Mr. President, I would urge us to reject the BRFA. I obviously not anticipating we will, but I think we should. And again, we offered a number of different ways we could have at least brought the tax increases down. I wish we could have gotten there. But I'll be voting red. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognized Senator from the 37th District.
Just to be quick, I know there's been a lot of words. The BRFA, the changes in the BRFA, every district is different. My district borders Delaware. You know, these fees, these costs, right across the county line, people are ready to go. I had an amendment on the precious metal bullion provision. We know they're leaving. The cost, the competitiveness, you know, this isn't rocket science of what's happening. The economy on the Western Shore is so different than the Eastern Shore. I can't explain enough the concern that this is going to have. I'll give you an example. In 2009, Talbot County, they did the millionaire's tax. That county's revenue was $31 million, $31,635,555 to be exact. That was in 2009. In 2010, the revenue for that county dropped to $19,260,000. That's a drop from 1 year to the next. I understand we're talking 100-foot level, making numbers match. They call it bean counting. But the reality is, what is going to happen after this is implemented? There are going to be real consequences. And those consequences are going to be felt harder in some areas than others. This is it's more than a message. And to see the way this is being played from Annapolis, and the way it affects the businesses and the economy on the shore don't match up. Unfortunately, we're going to hear about it, and I don't know what else to say, but to urge a no vote on the BRFA. Trying to tax our way forward is not a solution. We've got the resources. There's a lot of strong businesses. There are a lot of great opportunities, economic opportunities that we have. Ignoring those and relying on taxes is not a way into the future. And the biggest concern is, how long will this last? When will we run out of money again and need to raise taxes once again? All you need to do is look at our neighboring states. Capital gains tax, Virginia, no. Pennsylvania, no. West Virginia, no. Delaware, no. These are capital gains. You know, that tax is it's the sale of any goods. So yeah, you can talk about commodities, but there are a lot of people that don't have pensions. They built their lives around a business. So the government's going to tax their retirement that they earned, that their lives have been spent on. It's true, some people work 2 jobs, 3 jobs, but those folks that have built a business, they can't work another job because they work 7 days a week. And it's not just businesses. These are, a lot of family farms, the heritage that's been built. It's being taken away through taxing, and it's not good government, and it's not going to help our economy grow.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the third reading, final passage, recognize the Senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I get up on this, kind of been quiet, listening to it. I get up dealing with one issue, and this is the tech tax. And I understand the issue we've had to deal with trying to balance this budget. It's tough. I've had conversations with the chairman of the committee, over the weekends. We've texted back and forth, hey, anything I could do, ideas. I've been willing to make some tough votes, as I've told them. Some ideas were, hey, if we're going to do a tax, maybe we could put a sunset on it to get us over this issue. 2-year sunset, pass a tax, and then it goes away once we get past this. But this is where we are with this tech tax. And I understand there's a lot of tech in it, which I don't necessarily, I have a problem with it, but not as much as I do with regards to what I'm going to call the DoD world, the contracting world that we deal with, that is going to be a huge impact to this state. This is the thing people are talking about, the vice chair of ECM that has moved his business out of the state. This is going to have major impacts for our state and our commerce for businesses. We have U.S. Cyber Command located here in Maryland, right off of 295 at NSA. There are hundreds of companies that work out of there as subcontractors. And yesterday, when the floor debate between the minority leader and the vice chair of the committee, the term that came up was, where was the service delivered? I think it was given. That has caused more confusion in the last 12 hours because I've gotten calls from people saying, what does that mean? Where is it delivered? What if they're working remote? But they're giving work, the work they're doing is on a server that's based in Virginia, but the company's based in Maryland. Who's going to pay that? That is the concern that's happening. And you be here long enough, you start to see things repeat. I was here in 2007. I was serving on Ways and Means Committee during the special session when we raised the sales tax. I was there actually with the majority leader, and I were on the same committee where we sat there for, I think that was a week-long special session. And they were looking at what services they wanted to increase for this, add to the sales tax. They came in with, I think, landscapers at one point, realtors at one point. It went on and on and on. Finally, at the end, they came in with IT services. That's what was passed. But you know what they did after we passed that in November? When session started in January, by February, we repealed that. They realized how bad that was, what it was going to do to that industry. And I'm afraid we're going to be back there. Passing this tech tax for those businesses is going to be like Coca-Cola launching the new Coke. It's going to have huge implications where we will be back here, I think, next year saying, yeah, that NICS code that we passed, part of it, we need to fix that and make sure we fine-tune that because we are driving these businesses out of the state. All those businesses located up and down the 295 corridor, they're doing that contracting work, they can't compete because as it came up, these companies work for Leidos and Booz Allen and all these major bigs that they compete with as subs. Their profit margins are razor thin. They're not going to be able to raise those because they're on 5-year contracts. They're on year 1 of a 5-year option. What are they going to do? Their only option now is, well, maybe if we move, we can possibly avoid it. I don't know. That is the questions that we're starting to get from some of these companies. I understand the Herculean effort that we've had to undertake with this budget, but I think we went too far, too fast on this. And that's the term that's been used because this tech tax didn't even have a hearing. We didn't have a hearing in our committee. When we dealt with the BRFA, we went line by line that came through, and this one came right up. It was offered. I actually asked a question about it. I think we debated it for like a minute or two, and I said, you know what, I'll reserve my comments for the floor, which I'm doing now, and that was it. And we're going to raise a $400 million tax, $500 million tax, and it really did not have a chance for the industry to come in and talk about it. When it got narrowed down to this. Yes, we had a bill that came in with business-to-business taxes. We did have a hearing on that, but it wasn't focused strictly on this part of the industry. I want to clarify that. So, Mr. President, I'll be voting against this, but this is my concern, is this tech tax with what it is going to do. Here we are trying to make Maryland number one in the cyber world. You got places like UMBC, College Park, graduating incredible students. And I'll tell you, you want to get a student make good money, go in the cyber world. I've got kids right now in my unit in Air National Guard in a cyber wing. They don't even have college degrees. They come out of high school, they go away, they get these cyber degrees or these certifications. They're making $120,000 to $150,000 a year because they have a security clearance and they can do this cyber work. No college degree at all. Those are the companies that I'm afraid are going to leave this state because they can't compete with this tax that we're about to pass. So with that, I'll be voting no.
All right. House Bill 352 is on third reading for final passage. Any further discussion? If not, actually, Madam, can we, I think we have everyone. I don't think we need to ring the bells. Actually, can we please ring the bells, Madam Secretary? All right. Third reading, final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? Senators, just very briefly, Chair, in explaining my vote, I want to reiterate and echo the sentiments of the Chair, the Vice Chair, the members of Budget and Tax, and all the members who spoke. This is a Herculean moment to get through one of the most unprecedented times, and the committee has done a phenomenal effort in trying to incorporate all of the various concerns and considerations in the midst of unbelievable uncertainty. And I wanted to speak just for a moment on the budget, on the BRFA, because this is the hard part. It's one thing to say where you're going to put the money. The question is, how do we get there to balance? Because fundamentally, at the end of the day, unlike the federal government, the state of Maryland must balance its budget. We don't have the luxury of printing our own money and pushing problems down the line. We have to make hard choices to get through this year to balance the budget. And I just very, very, very briefly, my predecessor used to always talk that there's nothing new. If you go back in time, everything's happened before, just with different players. And if you go back and look at the Spanish flu in 1918 and what happened in the 1920s, you see a very interesting corollary between where we were then to where we are now, where there was global trauma from an event from the Spanish flu to World War I to where we are today, post-COVID, trying to redefine who we were and what we want to be moving forward. And in the 1920s, there were enormous challenges. There was enormous innovation. There was enormous conflict. But it was a moment where people were trying to decide, are we a rural area, a suburban area? Are we innovative? Are we modern? Are we going back in time? Are we conservative? We have the rise of the Ku Klux Klan. We have the advent of jazz. You have these conflicts of society in motion. It's where exactly we are right in this moment. And so this budget, and what I've said from the very beginning, is that this is the most important thing that we will do this year. And this is the hardest choice we will make because it is a down payment in our future. And when I look at the vote here and I look at the budget that we are going to pass, what I know is that it represents the world that I want to live in the world where we are of the belief that no matter what neighborhood you come from, you deserve to be able to maximize your God-given potential. That no matter if you get that bad diagnosis, you can show up at a world-class hospital and get a cure. That if no matter who your parents are, that you have the chance to be exactly who you want to be. That's what this budget represents, and it's why I'm proud to be a Marylander, and I'm proud to serve with each and every one of you to pass this year. With that, the clerk will take the call. Oh, excuse me, yes, Senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't speak during the budget or the BRFA, and I just wanted to explain my vote. I think a lot of my colleagues know I represent a border district, Delaware to the north, Virginia to the south, and a lot of my constituents, small business and retirees, have already begun to move or are seriously contemplating moving from Maryland to another state. And I think that their expectation for us with the budget was that we would work through it, have different options, and we as Republicans did propose some options. They're also faced at the same time with this budget crisis, this skyrocketing energy crisis. So I think their expectation for us was to move in a different direction, and I'm not able to support this budget reconciliation with $1.6 billion in taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, with 29 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 352, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, let's go into our next big order of business. We've got still a fair amount of work to do here. Let's go to layover calendar number 42. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 931, Senator Feldman, Public Utilities, Generating Stations, Generation and Sitting and Renewable Energy Certainty Act. Questions on the adoption of the 4 committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, question is on the 4 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the 4 committee amendments, any discussion of the amendments? Any objections to the amendments? Without objection, the 4 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Recognize the senator from the 37th District on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment.
Not quite yet, Senator. We're gonna, on the report. Any discussion of the report? Recognize the, no, sorry. Half standing. Yes.
I'll start.
Recognize the minority leader on the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If the floor leader wouldn't mind yielding.
Footer will yield. Senator may proceed.
Yes, sir.
Just right bill here. Solar Siting Renewable Energy Act. Just again, we got a pretty quick briefing on this last night, but can you just real quickly maybe just go over a little bit more of the bill and what we are trying to solve with respect to this legislation?
Yeah, thank you for the question. First of all, I have to say the bill did pass on a bipartisan basis out of the committee, as was the case with all 3 of the leadership package of bills. I just want to put that out there.
I thought that'd be a little bit later.
Okay, first of all, I mean, we've talked at some length, Mr. President, this session about our resource adequacy problem in this state. We have a supply-demand imbalance, and so 40% of our power we have to get that we consume here comes from out of state. And so I think there's been consensus during the course of the session that we need to generate more in-state generation. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Among other things, with more in-state generation, that means less transmission lines, less impacts on property rights, ultimately solving that problem in the current system, upward pressure on our ratepayers. And so a lot of the bills, particularly this package, this and perhaps the next bill, are designed to address that. Now this particular piece of legislation is focused on solar power and energy storage. And so that in particular is important. You tie them together because if you put those projects together, the emerging battery storage technology, it acts as a bit of a fail-safe backstop during short times of peak energy demand. It untaps the lower cost intermittent source of solar. So that is what we're, number one, trying to achieve, and that has been a theme throughout the session. Secondly, Unfortunately, Maryland has been identified as the worst state in the United States of America, number 50, in terms of regulatory environment for the siting and permitting. And it's because of lack of predictability, lack of certainty, and part of the goal of this bill is to provide that predictability and certainty, send a market signal out, come to Maryland, site solar, site energy storage, and so part of the bill is to provide some standards, some, again, predictability regulatory-wise, and then similarly provide a process by which if you meet these certain standards, and in this case it was working with MACO, who originally was opposed to the bill, now neutral. If you do that, you get on a expedited track so we can get some solar and battery storage online, much needed, quicker. And so I'll put that as one of the goals, because ultimately some of the proposals out there are longer term in nature. This provides what we're talking about in Senate Bill 931, probably the shortest term option to get online quick energy capacity in the solar, particularly the solar space. And so the other goal, and hope you indulge me, Mr. President, with this, because the minority leader did ask the question about the goal. So as introduced, and there have been a lot of changes. I mean, ultimately what we were trying to do here and trying to achieve is a balance. We need in-state generation, but we also respect the legitimate interests of our local governments, farmers, ag communities, etc. And so the bill as introduced has been modified. And one way we, again, I just alluded to, we now have in this bill that was not really, it's been tightened up dramatically, numerous amendments from MACO ranging from setting statewide siting setback standards for solar projects, battery storage devices, statewide standards for grading, removal of topsoil, so that the healthy soil remains on site and in place and at that grading to give a better shot than under current law that the land can return to active agriculture at some time down the road. Now, right now, we have no such standards in Maryland. Again, one of the reasons MACO is now neutral. As for the farming ag community, which is, I think, maybe where you want to go with this, and I'm just going to go right there. Right now, and I think a lot of folks may not realize this, we as a state have 100% state preemption authority over local zoning. In other words, our local zoning ordinances that have limitations on solar are essentially unenforceable if at any moment the Public Service Commission wanted to approve a project, a solar project onto ag land. That can happen anywhere in the state of Maryland on any ag land. And so we did something here unprecedented. The committee inserted into this bill an amendment that essentially, I'll just say unprecedented. It contains a priority preservation area, 5% solar cap, Mr. President, for the counties, where the state, in effect, because we have 100% state preemption authority, we're giving up 95% of our state preemption authority specifically to address the concerns raised by ag and our farmers. And let me say this, we looked around the entire United States of America, Mr. President. This is the strictest provision of its kind in the United States of America. No other state has anything like this maximum solar cap. And again, I'll reiterate, without this provision, solar projects, and we're talking utility scale, 2 megawatts or above, can apply for a CPCN process, can circumvent any local zoning, and there's nothing stopping solar developers from going far, far, far over this 5% that we put in place in these, again, priority preservation areas which are designated by the counties. 5% is a cap. It's not a minimum. And this is an important principle, Mr. President. Just to be clear, nothing in this bill forces any farmer anywhere to sell or lease solar to a solar developer or anything else. We're very much mindful of allowing farmers to make personal choices about their own financial situation. And there's other provisions that, for example, if a farmer enters into a contract that involves easements or future contracts, Nothing in this bill will supplant or override that. So we are doing something unprecedented in the United States. I should point out, along with the rest of the nation, our House counterparts haven't moved a bill. They don't want a cap. They're apparently maybe okay with 100% preemption. We're taking 95% of our power to accommodate the farming and ag community of the state. Again, unique amendment in the entire United States of America. And so we're trying to strike a balance. We need in-state generation badly. We respect local government. Took a lot of MACO amendments. And we're doing something for the farming and ag community that does not exist anywhere in the United States of America, giving up 95% of our state preemption authority. So you asked me what the bill's trying to achieve. That's what it's trying to achieve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Floor Leader, Mr. Chairman. And many of those I can certainly appreciate. We've talked about utility scale solar for many years on where we're going, where it's being targeted. And I do believe that there are some protections in here that will help the ag and the farming community. Maybe not to the extent that we'd like to see it, but certainly it is a step. You've talked about being the only state in the country that can do this. I would go back to why we're here with respect to solar. And Mr. Chairman, you led a panel at Winter MACO down in Cambridge, where the PSC chair referenced the legislation. I think he said it was passed in 1977 that dealt with the CPCN process on how a generator would go to the PSC to be able to get the approval to produce generating facility in Maryland. And I think it covered transmission as well too. But that was necessary at that time because, again, we wanted to make sure that we could take care of and be responsible for our own generation in the state. What was not known at that time was solar, right? Was a solar industry. And so we are now under the guidance of legislation that was passed in 1977 that is now allowing multiple generating facilities, because now we have somehow termed solar as generating. They've fallen into that class of facilities. So now we're allowing solar to be developed through a CPCN process rather than just any other type of development that you would see in a county or jurisdiction, where they would go through a zoning process if they wanted something done. There's a lot of comments that are made over and over again about, don't farmers have the right to attract solar to their properties? And, ag might not be as profitable as it was, and you've given these farmers now the okay to go and attract solar. That's a little misguided, because farmers don't have the ability to just say, I want to put up 50 townhouses or a shopping center or any other type of development. They'd have to go through a zoning process. And where we are with the laws currently written, it preempts the zoning process. The PSC essentially has the ability to make the decision. Sure, the counties can participate in it when a CPCN is filed. The counties can say something. It goes to the PPRP, Department of Natural Resources. They'll evaluate it. But at the end of the day, the Public Service Commission is the one that makes the decision.
Yeah, gentlemen, yield. Okay, first of all, the CPCN process only applies to projects over 2 megawatts. And so if you're under 2 megawatts, you're still into local jurisdiction mode. And the other point if you don't mind, I would point out is that's exactly why we've identified the priority preservation areas in this bill. That is controlled by the counties. Mr. President, the state of Maryland's not designating for Caroline County or Queen Anne's County what constitutes priority preservation area. That is a county decision. All we're saying in this proposal, you get to 5%, state preemption goes away. And so I just want to throw that into the discussion a little bit about that the locals don't have a role. I don't think that's entirely accurate.
With respect, I was getting there, okay? Because I wanted to lay out the foundation that right now there is preemption by PSC, and you're correct, I might not have stated 2 megawatts or more, but I think I did say utility scale solar. That's what's being questioned here. It is the big solar facilities. It's not rooftop solar. It's not solar on top of buildings. We're not even really talking about community solar. We are talking about utility scale solar that is eating up much of the agricultural fields and lands especially in the eastern shore of Maryland, as we were seeing the proliferation of those types of big, huge utility scale projects. And as you mentioned, right now, PSC does have control over that. The counties, and what we, I think, had a very good discussion about at the panel that you moderated, was that the counties, especially in the Middle Eastern Shore, have understood this and have been able to come and say, you know what, we don't have as much control over this as we would like, so let's try to do some of the things that we can to at least make it more attractable for utility scale solar developers to go in certain areas. And I think we talked about Caroline County, for instance, one of the counties I represent, that said, hey, we see these developers coming, and we don't have control over where they go. The PSC up in Baltimore has control. They have a lot of unfriendly words about the PSC up in Baltimore from the Eastern Shore. I won't go into that. But they decided in a very proactive way to meet with solar developers and say, if we were to carve out an area on where you could go, what would be the best areas? And the developers came out and they said, well, we'd certainly like to be near the high voltage transmission line, as close as we can hook up, that's a positive. So they carve out 2,000 acres of property within Caroline County, and they said, this area is open to solar. Kent County, another county I represent, did very much the same type of thing. They said, here are certain areas that you can go, and as long as you go there, we will be supportive of it. Queen Anne's County did the same thing and recognized that there was part of what's in this bill, payment in lieu of taxes, which was a new thing that was brought up.
It's not in this bill.
Not in, okay. I mean, it was. When was it? I know you've amended it out. Thank you. I was going to say. But there was something that was in there, payment in lieu of taxes.
Yeah, that was removed from the bill. Yeah.
Yeah. So they did the same thing. And what I'm saying is the counties that were targeted for utility scale solar recognized this, and they themselves became very proactive on how to and where to approve the development of these projects. And so many of those things I know were discussed in the process of coming to this bill.
Yes, well, they were. Let me, if the gentleman would yield, Mr. President. Okay, so all that you say is accurate. What you're not, and I'll make this point again, if this bill does not pass, all those zoning Caroline County, Kent County provisions locally are unenforceable if at any moment the Public Service Commission, because we have maybe resource adequacy needs, approves a utility scale project in Kent or Caroline. Those are not enforceable. That is exactly why we're trying to come up with something here that provides, again, once you get to that 5% number, our state preemption goes away. So I acknowledge your point that locals have tried through zoning to do this. I also should point out, Mr. President, since you mentioned solar developers, so when this was proposed, this priority preservation idea, the solar developers, okay, maybe they'll come off of 100%, they're looking at 20%, 25, 15, and it was 12, and then 10, and then 7. We're down to 5. It's actually right there near where, maybe I think you might want to go with an amendment you might be offering. But so in the scheme of things, Mr. President, Where we are now is not where the solar developers want. It's where the ag folks, much closer to where the ag. And we're trying to, again, strike this balance. We need generation, respect the ag farming community. And that's how we came all the way down to this 5% number. I think you want to potentially maybe want to take it even further. I don't know. I haven't seen your amendment, but I'm not sure.
Well, when we get to that point, but actually, if I could have what I really wanted, it was that the locals would have control, full control over this, and not go back to a 1977 law that was talking about broader energy generating projects that were necessary back then, and somehow now this entire solar industry fit into that.
That would require us to rewrite the authority. I mean, that's a bigger issue. I think that's a legitimate issue. That's not the current law. So.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to let the body know that there are options on what we could have done in trying to address this issue, and that is one of the options. Another option that we had talked about and saw before was, should there be some type of equity, some type of equality in the distribution of utility scale solar throughout the entire state? Should other counties have to pick up their, as we heard very often, fair share of solar projects? And keep in mind that the concern about solar projects, other than they are repulsive to look at, is the fact that they create.
Wait, I have to interrupt you.
That's an opinion?
Well, there's all kinds of provisions here about visual sighting. We actually took that into account in the bill.
They recognize that they are repulsive to look at, and now they're going to landscape around them. But the real thing about solar, and Mr. Chairman, you were the lead sponsor of the Clean Energy Jobs Act, is that these projects don't even provide jobs. They provide very minimal jobs at the time of construction. And if you come out to the counties that I represent and want to see how a solar project is built, and where they cut down some places they cut down all the trees. I actually saw more of those on my way to District 38 last weekend, and a number of solar projects that are going. They do the big clearing out of all the trees and knock everything down, and then they build their projects over top of what once were forests. But besides that, what we are seeing is a number of these projects, a number of course, out-of-state license plates that come in from these developers and come in, build these projects in the Eastern Shore of Maryland, bring in solar panels from I'm sure probably I don't know where they're coming from, the solar panels, but let's say they come from the United States, so they bring in some United States. But at the end of the day, once these solar projects are up and operating, there are no jobs. There's nothing out there that makes any county want to attract solar projects to their county. And that's why we're in this position. And that's why we do need legislation to help the counties. And I will say that this is a step in the right direction, but please, let's not be so deferential to the big, huge utility scale solar companies and acknowledge that, just because we passed a law in 1977, that they have freedom to do whatever they want. We could change that law. We could change that, and we could do some other things. This is, I will say, a step in the right direction. And as you said, you want me to thank you again, but yeah.
No, you don't have to thank me. I just could look, you asked me what the goal of the bill is. I didn't sell the bill when you asked me. I'm sorry, when the minority leader asked me, Mr. President, this is not being sold by the committee as an economic development package. I mean, it's about a resource adequacy in-state generation, removing regulatory uncertainty package with protections. And I need to make the point, because you're talking about the Eastern Shore, this is a statewide bill. And one of the protections for the Eastern Shore here is that currently you can be oversaturated, under this bill, when you get to 5%, if you should get to 5% at some point, state preemption will not kick in, and I think in many respects, this is a protection against oversaturation in the very Eastern Shore counties that you referenced that does not exist currently. So if this bill does not pass, we're back to 100% state preemption authority. Utility scale can go override the Caroline County zoning ordinance you referenced, And this is a tremendous protection, again, that doesn't exist anywhere in the United States of America, doesn't exist currently. So, and it's statewide.
Yeah.
This is not
Right.
targeting any one county.
And I appreciate the acknowledgement that our laws have allowed solar development to run rapid especially in where we're seeing it most in the Eastern Shore. The other things I do want to mention, and again, besides I know we're not going to change the preemption from the Public Service Commission, but I do feel at some point in time we need to take a look at that. I do feel at the same time that sure, solar looks good, sounds good, doesn't really produce a whole lot of energy, but you know, it gets some out there when the sun's shining. But it brings up the next step, and that's batteries,
Wait,
right?
I have to yield there, which is why we have how important battery storage is.
I knew
Is yes, solar, Mr. President, is intermittent, but when in tandem with an energy storage device, that untaps that value. That's exactly why energy battery storage is so important. So all the criticism you have of solar, I think with energy storage technology, that's a game changer, and this bill is essentially trying to address both in tandem at the same time.
So now in order to promote solar, we need to accept battery storage is where we're at. That the fact that, you know, solar couldn't do it on its own, which we've known for many years, but now we have to add battery storage to it, which again is a whole nother component, construction, cost associated with bringing battery storage to that. Mr. Chairman, I know, don't mean to when you're talking, but
yeah, battery storage is not just for solar, just to be clear. It applies to other forms of energy, intermittent sources of energy.
One of the things that have been brought up in the bill hearings with respect to battery storage was obviously the safety of battery storage. I know, and this is a question, I know there's been some other bills that have dealt with battery storage. PSC is talking about rulemaking 85. Can you just add for the concerns of many Eastern Shore local governments, what is being done about safety of battery storage? And again, we've seen sometimes whether they catch on fire, whether there's other types of concerns, what's necessary. Did the bill address that, or is that being addressed somewhere else?
Yeah, we've got some language in here about battery storage has to be safe, most stringent, highest standards, and you know. But you point out the Public Service Commission, which by the way supports this bill. You mentioned regulatory. In fact, we had legislation a few years ago that we went big on. We created an energy storage program. The senator from the 47th district. We have very ambitious targets, Mr. President, for energy storage. The PSC has a process by which they're analyzing this. And in another bill that we may hear in a little while, we are talking about potentially procurement issues. That's outside the scope of this bill, Mr. President. So yes, energy storage is a big part of the future. And whether it's from the PSC proceedings, the program I referenced earlier that established very ambitious targets, I think safety is important. It was not a central part of the testimony on this bill. There is language in the bill to that effect, but I can't. Yes, and Senate Bill 937 actually is where some of the language on energy battery storage is, to be honest with you. We're not on that bill now, but.
Just again on the couple changes that you made, we had mentioned that there was some restrictions on pilots before. You said that came out of the bill.
On which?
The payment in lieu of taxes.
Yeah, that's no longer in the bill.
That's no longer in the bill.
And similarly, then we made some other changes about an auto enrollment process for community solar. Again, those provisions are no longer in the bill.
Just one of the things I know Mako had talked a lot about was the landscaping concerns and, you know, again, being able to provide a buffer and vegetation to hide these big projects. Where did they end up? Where did you guys end up with that?
I mean, I would say on those issues, citing standards is what I referred to earlier, trying to create some standardized, again, citing standard. they're throughout the bill, and these are all from the Maryland Association, I would say almost without exception. Okay, all the Maryland Association of County amendments trying to address that were basically adopted by the committee.
Okay.
And so you can lay out, I mean, I could walk you through everything from barbed wire to visual sighting to landscaping requirements. I mean, it's pretty darn detailed, and those came from the Maryland Association of Counties, and they are all incorporated into this piece of legislation.
Okay. One of the issues that I think you and I actually worked on legislation together a number of years ago was who remained in charge, the ownership of the projects. And so we had a number of counties that would come back and a solar project would be out there, and the requirements for vegetation and trees were out there, and 30% of them died, for instance. And there was a concern that the counties did not know who to get in touch with in order to go forward. Because again, there's not people there every day working on these projects. I'm not gonna say they're abandoned, but essentially they're built, they're connected, and there's not much going on out there. So I think you and I had put together some legislation that actually required any change of ownership to be filed with the PSC, so the counties would know who to contact.
Yeah.
And then in this bill, you did go with either a landscaping or vegetation bond.
Yeah, so I think to your point, I mean, I think there's protections in here that, yes, we have the standards, but there's between surety bonds and landscaping bonds, you got to post and prove up that, I mean, and then over time, if you're in compliance with those requirements, you get some of that money released. So I think that the bill, half of it back in the case of landscaping. So there's an attempt at least here to address that issue through that landscaping bond, those provisions. Again, 100%, you get 50% at one point back. But you know, you've got skin in the game to make sure that you're doing all that. So that is part of the provisions in the bill.
Great, that is appreciative. I understand they have to hold the landscape bond for 5 years, and it is held by the local jurisdiction, right? So that they would be able to call the bond if any of this type of screening and vegetation were to not be upkept.
You've got a lot of questions there. Are you getting?
Yeah, I'm
close to
getting pretty close to being done. You didn't get to say a whole lot yesterday, so I figured that I'd have to get you saying something
thank
today.
you. Thank you.
You're welcome. I will wrap it up. Let's just go back to the crust of the bill, and that's the 5%. So you have 2% on my mind, but 5% is where you settled. That is very. That's not 5% of the entire county. That's 5% of what is considered the priority preservation areas.
That's correct.
And
as designated by the county.
Okay.
That's correct. Which is the ag farming communities largely.
Senator, if senators wouldn't mind very briefly, could we recognize the senator from District 3 very briefly about a guest in the gallery?
Of course.
Thank you. Senator from District 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to recognize a visit we have today from the Maryland School of the Deaf. Please give them a warm welcome.
Great to see you all. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, and then
Yes, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I can get this wrapped up. So does every county have a priority preservation area?
Garrett does not. I mean, most do.
Okay.
We believe 3 do not, but the.
So was it addressed on the effective date of the bill, when things go into concern? Can priority preservation areas be established now? If, for instance, a county doesn't have one, can they establish one? And then
Yeah, actually, we did put a January 1, 2025 date in there, and so You will have had to have designated it by January 1, 2025 of this year. So that was the cutoff. That's the cutoff.
So a
Again,
county that
yeah.
doesn't have a PPA cannot establish a PPA?
Okay, yeah, I guess Dorchester, Somerset, Allegheny, and Garrett are the 4 counties that did not make the January 1, 2025 cut.
Okay, and then when establishing the quantity of acres that are in a PPA that will then be subject to the 5%, can those PPAs grow over time as well, or are we, where, you know, if a county decides that they want to preserve more land?
The answer is yes. So if you have the PPA, the counties can modify it and grow it. There's nothing in the bill that would prohibit that from happening, as long as you have a priority preservation area in place by January 1st.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Chairman, as always, thank you very much. Appreciate your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, question remains on the report as amended. Recognize the Senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would floor leader yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator may proceed.
First, I would want to say that I'm a big fan of solar, as if you ever come to my house, you'll see my house is completely covered in solar, and it's been that way since, I don't know, like 2012 or so. But my question has to do with just a couple things. Does this bill take into consideration that there can be considerations with solar development around or near military bases?
Okay, it's silent on that issue. It doesn't say one thing or another on that very specific topic.
And my question concerns that
I would say that we have other protections which did not come up, which is, and this is particularly for utility scale, that if you look in the bill, there's tier 1 and tier 2 up. There's 4 total tiers in terms of density and all the rest. And if you met one of those criterias, I'm sorry? Like, yeah, if Pax River, for example, meets that tier 1, tier 2 criteria, and it would be prohibited under the bill from building a utility scale station on a tier 1 or tier 2, which I understand Pax River fits within. The other thing, I think we've had these kinds of conversations on other bills, I think most notably last year on offshore wind. I mean, there probably are some, and I, as a former Justice Department lawyer, I have to just put this, there could be some preemption issues here, federal preemption. This did not come up in the hearing, I'll be candid with you, but I would think there's a lot of things that we do at the state level that may or may not be able to be done on federal property, but that was one that I would have to get some AG guidance on, but that's just winging it. I don't like to wing it, Mr. President, but that would be another consideration beyond the tier 1, tier 2 prohibition, which I think some of the installations would fit within.
And I appreciate that, and I'm not trying to lock you into a specific, but I do have some genuine concerns because just a couple years ago, we had a solar company come to St. Mary's County, and they attempted to build a rather large generating system, and the Navy stepped in and said, "Wait a minute. If you're within 4.5 miles radius of one of our bases, like Patuxent Naval Air Station or Webster Field, right, where we do strategic planning and a lot of defense work that based on pilot glare, electromagnetic interference, and basic security concerns, right, there are areas that need to be restricted for the defense work that we do in Maryland. Yeah. And I just wanted to make sure that we were not preempting something, because I know locally, in our local local ordinances, we have prohibited that from happening. But then when I read the bill, it says that it bans the locals from adopting zoning laws that prohibit this type of construction. So I just wanted to make sure that what we were doing, banning the locals, that we weren't taking away something that the county and the government, the Navy, had put in place.
Okay, yeah, I got a little more clarification. Yeah, nothing in this bill is going to preempt federal property, federal government rights. So let's start with that.
So we're not talking about federal property.
Oh, okay, you
we're,
said
we're
military.
talking about within 4.5 miles that would affect federal property.
Okay,
and
well,
what we're doing.
well, could I just also? Okay, well, I apologize. I thought you were talking about federal property. Okay, 4.5 miles from federal property. I guess the other point is, remember, the fact that some solar developer wants to do something has to go through the Public Service Commission process. Local input under the Supreme Court case of Maryland from 3 years ago. A big part of that is local input. The Public Service Commission is required to take into account all the impacts, local feedback, local pushback. That is part of the analysis. I don't want to speak for the Public Service Commission, but I would imagine that if a military installation comes and says it has an impact on I think that would be a fairly significant piece of information for the Public Service Commission to take into account as to whether to approve the process. So I always have to say there are some checks and balances here. No solar developer can just buy some land and build it. Like, that's not how it works in the state of Maryland.
Okay, so I have another quick question, and as many of my colleagues know, as we had to work on a bill last year, we did something a few years ago here in the General Assembly where when it came to building a big, large construction project, if it dealt with the growing of marijuana, we said, you know what, local zoning no longer applies. As a result of that, I ended up in St. Mary's County with the largest marijuana growing facility, and it's built on the shoreline of the Potomac River and it's cannabis. Thank you. It is, and it's built within the 1,000-foot critical area, because the state exempted that and said for that reason, this body said the local zoning laws don't matter. And we've done a lot of work. We have a lot of the waterways, and I want to know, how does this affect the 1,000-foot critical area? Can we put these, and are these going to be right up against the watershed?
Well, here's the difference between, let me just say this because I am familiar with the debate about cannabis. Here's a big difference. Okay, in this case, we don't need cannabis dispensaries to operate. I mean, literally that, although something that we did pass, we're talking about one of the core priorities and reasons for this bill and some of the others is, if you want rolling blackouts and you want transmission lines coming through that area, whatever, the one way to make that not be the case is you got to pass some bills like this. That's how we got into this problem to begin with. Is, on the one hand, we have demand for energy going way up. We're retiring oil and coal plants, and we are in a bit of a pickle. And so if we let and I just hate to put it this way, every local commissioner group or city council have veto authority about any energy project anywhere in the state, we're going to have even a bigger problem. You're going to have rising energy costs, rolling blackouts and brownouts, transmission lines flying through the state. So that's not the situation with cannabis. This is another important state priority goal from a policy standpoint. As for the specific question about yeah, the other thing is, yes, I should say, built into the bill, and we added an amendment just at the voting session, all the permitting, local permitting processes that exist is in no way altered by this bill. So if you want to build a project, you still have to go through all the Maryland Department of Environment, DNR, storm, all those permitting processes and local permitting processes are all intact, are not altered by this bill. And so I just have to make that point because that actually came up at the voting session. Is this any way of circumventing all of, again, the environmental issues and some of the things, wastewater or whatever the case? None of that is impacted by this bill. They're completely still fully intact, and when you want to proceed, you've got to prove that all those permits are in place. And so I think there's still a very important role for locals, and yet again, but a role that can't have locals say, we don't want any energy in this part of my state. If every county does that, we got a problem, and that's one of the reasons we've got this package of bills this session.
I appreciate your answer. I've got one simple question left, and I did want to say, in reference to the cannabis, I want to appreciate everyone in this body that helped me last year, right, when we did away with the fact that they could build 2 additional huge buildings right on the side of the Potomac River, right? And we did that. We gave it back to the locals. We stopped that, and I appreciate what this body did in that regard. But in Southern Maryland, in Anne Arundel, Prince George's, Calvert, Charles, and St. Mary's County, we are working and allowing volunteers, landowners, to conserve right now up to 40,000 acres of important wildlife habitat. These areas are identified for conservation through this National Wildlife Refuge Support Area, which provide a wide range of species, including waterfowl, shorebirds, forest interior and grassland dependent birds, and a lot of threatened and endangered species. And I just wanted to know that by developing on this 40,000 acres, is there any restriction that these will be put on this 40,000 acres that we just entered into to preserve this land the way it is?
Okay, nothing in this bill alters whatever you just referenced in terms of those protections. There's nothing in this bill that alters that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, we're going to Senator from the 37th, followed by the Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just had a quick question from one of my county folks from the district listening in. We were talking about the PPA areas and PSC control versus local ordinance, and I just wanted to clarify. So we talked about that, but outside of the PPA areas, do the local ordinances control, or is it controlled by the Public Service Commission?
Well, it depends on first of all, the size of the project, the Public Service Commission. If it's under 2 megawatts, then you've got to deal with local government. If you are over 2 megawatts and you want to build a storage station, a solar station. If you're over 2 megawatts, you've got to go through the elaborate Public Service Commission process. So it really, the CPCN process. So 2 megawatts is the cutoff between pure local and the Public Service Commission. And above 2 megawatts, you're getting into a much bigger project, much more local input, a lot more hoops to jump through, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so 2 megawatts is the threshold. But if you're in the PPA area, it doesn't matter what size, then it's all controlled by Public Service Commission. Is that right?
No, I think that even with respect to priority preservation area, even under the, whether it's this bill, you're still subject to that 2 megawatt under or over. It's just what all the PPA, as you call it, why that's relevant here is we've said, in acknowledgement of the ag and farming community, we're going to put a maximum solar cap of 5% in those areas, because that was where we got the pushback. At the hearing, it was farmers and ag coming in and saying, right now we're vulnerable. And again, state preemption is 100%. You take 100% of that PPA area. But so we focused this provision, unprecedented, first of its kind in the nation, on that very specific area where we're capping it at 5%, and once you get to 5%, state preemption no longer applies. But the 2 megawatt cutoff will still apply for projects that want to go there. Just if you get to the 5%, then state preemption is gone.
Yeah, thank you. That was just from the district. Somebody was listening in and they had a question about, because they were getting hung up, I think, in hearing the discussion about the priority preservation areas, but no matter where you are, if it's over 2 megawatts, it's 2 or 2.5?
Two even.
Over 2 megawatts, then you're in the Public Service Commission. Anything under that, then the local ordinances would prevail under the bill.
Local ordinances control, subject to the fact that also all the environmental laws, state environmental, all these other things come into play as well, not just local zoning, et cetera.
I think we got it. Thank you.
Recognize the Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if my friend would yield the floor leader for a question or two. I'm trying to make sure that I understand more about this bill, and I always get a great education when there's discussion between the chairman and our minority leader and other members of the body. A number of us in my community, in my area, have gotten a lot of education about energy policy in the last year, and I think the floor leader alluded to that in a couple of his comments relative to the need for transmission lines and then the need for greater energy production. Can I ask about battery storage and solar? So the problem is, and I'm not anti-solar, but I have been concerned about the way that we've taken away local zoning and control over it. I do understand the argument that there has to be some balance because a lot of folks would never want solar anywhere, maybe. Some people wouldn't. And there could be pressure on locals. But at the same time, that's part of who's accountable to their local constituents. Isn't it true that even if you're putting a pretty large solar installation in, it's going to take a whole lot of that to equal even close to one sort of normal power plant, right? And how does battery storage play into that? How much of an accelerant is battery storage? We hear about that. I've heard about this a lot this session, and I'm just curious if you could give me an idea.
I can't say I'm, the expert. I think the basic point of battery storage, and again, maybe the center. Yeah. The center from the 47th, we had a whole, passed a big piece of legislation 2 years ago to create an energy storage program, and the PSC is working through that. So I don't have the Public Service Commission here.
Sure.
But in a nutshell, solar's intermittent. We talk about it all the time. It's not 24/7, and that's a big weakness. It has some strengths in terms of renewable, climate change, et cetera, greenhouse gas emissions, but it is intermittent. And so when you're able to store that power and then send it out when necessary, and that technology is coming soon and is currently in place but still developing, and we've got some great companies right here in the state of Maryland actually on cutting edge actually on that front. In fact, our committee took a site visit to one during the interim. That untaps that value of solar, because solar is pretty reasonable. Talk about cost and keeping costs down for ratepayers, but the problem is you need to untap that value, and one way to do that absolutely is in tandem with an energy storage device that you can store the power and send it out as appropriate.
So, and I'm not asking for a total tutorial on battery, but let me ask, will you have installation that you're sending the solar energy that you've collected to a battery storage that's next to it or near it, or or we still, because my impression of battery up till now, I understand it's emerging technology, is battery's going to run, you're going to store in a battery, but it's going to run out of battery after 6 hours or 8 hours, or maybe it's a little longer than that. And so just trying to understand with...
Yeah, I think as a practical matter, they're going to tend to be pretty darn close to each other. And then also another consideration is proximity to the interconnection queue to the grid.
Right.
And that goes in terms, in terms of penciling out projects and all that. I think that just the economics, free market, you're a free market guy, suggests that it's going to make a lot of sense to put them in somewhat close proximity to each other, and then equally to where you can get onto the grid and the transport of energy. So those are some economic decisions developers will have to make in terms of trying to figure out where to locate, how to locate, et cetera, et cetera.
So how does that play in then to putting solar, and I know this bill is about putting a cap, it's a pretty high cap, but it is a cap, which is good.
I would dispute that. As I said earlier, right now there is no cap. It's
yeah.
100% cap. We're taking it to 5%. I would say that is not a very high cap at all.
Fair enough. But putting all these into the big fear for a lot of communities like mine on solar, because we have a big fear we don't like power lines either. But a big fear about putting solar is that we're losing the rural character, losing farmland that's farmable to solar more permanently. So how do we address the concern of you're putting solar into some of these, in some cases, very rural areas, and then you're going to have the battery storage, but the battery storage won't be close to anything it's got to go to. I mean, I guess you're going to tell me that the developer has to kind of make that decision.
I think that is a legit. So in response to that, what we did do here is some of the standards. Yeah, okay. First of all, I'm told that in most cases the battery storage is going to be literally right next door to the solar installation.
That probably makes sense. Okay,
Of course, it makes sense. Also, I should note that in the bill, when you talk about these siting amendments and protecting topsoil and grading, and there's decommissioning bonds, part of this also design, which again is nowhere in current law, we're putting new standards to try to maximize the likelihood that at the end of the useful life of the solar generation facility, that this can be revert back to workable farmland. So there are provisions. Now, we had some discussion about the likelihood of that happening. All that. Currently, there's no such standards. There's nothing about decommissioning bonds. You see that in the bill. Those are all designed to sort of address the point that you just made. So there was a deliberate attempt to insert provisions to that effect to help out.
So you're saying, and I believe you, but you're saying that one of the positives in this bill, if you're coming from sort of my perspective or my community's perspective, is that there are, up till now, the fear about solar is just going to be on this farmland, it's going to be there forever, and the side that wants more solar may argue that's not true, but there wasn't anything in law to really make it clear that there needs to be a decommissioning opportunity or plan or bond. So you're saying that's getting into the law.
There's skin in the game here. We're talking about posting a bond. We're talking about survivability of vegetation. If you look in there, a 90%, I forget the exact numbers, about the survivability of the vegetation that needs to be there. It's all part of this, I think, desire within this bill, protection of the healthy topsoil, all these things that are important. Those are in this bill that do not currently exist. And if this bill were to fail, we would revert back to nothing. And so I want to reiterate that point, because here we are in the final week of session. Big parts of this bill are designed to protect some of the things you just referenced. If the bill does not get to the finish line, then it's 100% preemption, no standards, nothing along the lines that you seem to be on the issues that you just referenced.
So, and thank you, Mr. President. So that's really helpful information, for real. I mean, it's helpful to understand all of this in a more comprehensive way.
Oh, wait, can I just, one other thing, Vice Chair mentioned, is thank you for yielding, Mr. Minority Whip. Yeah, these stations tend to have about a 15, 20-year life. So some of the bills in terms of vegetation and decommission, it's actually designed to sort of have 15 to 25-year timelines or lifespan, so as to, again, back to this point. So I apologize for interrupting, but I did want to sort of throw that into the mix.
So at that point, we may have obviously there'll be adjustments in technology, so if it wanted to continue to be solar or something similar, or if it wanted to go back, there'd be opportunity either way if whoever was owning and responsible for it.
Right. There was a deliberate attempt in this bill to put in those kinds of provisions.
So we're requiring in the bill that if you're going to have a solar project in these kinds of is it just PPA, or is requiring for any solar project it's in rural or ag land to have some of these buffers?
No, that's actually, if you want to take advantage of this bill and get through a process that's a bit more expedited. Again, we now have statewide standards in place for solar projects, and so that's beyond the scope. The PPA, the Priority Preservation Area, is a special protection amendment that we're putting in place a maximum cap just for those areas. but the provisions of siting standards, et cetera,
For everything.
is statewide, and it extends beyond the priority preservation
So and it's for anything 2 gigabytes and lower, or 2 gigabytes and above. Or you wouldn't have something 2 gigabytes.
2
and above.
megawatts.
2
Yeah,
megawatts,
gigabytes,
gigabyte.
yeah.
Tech tax.
Correct.
Solar. Right.
The difference is, again, if it's under 2 megawatts, you're back in local government permitting. If it's over 2 megawatts, you then have to go forward to the Public Service Commission for
So
approval.
locals can already, even though they can't say a local government is not allowed under our current state law now to say you can't bring this here. But they can say you need to have grading, you need to have vegetation, you need to have X and Y. We still allow that, correct?
Well, you do, except that the bill standardizes it now. I think I mentioned about our regulatory environment here in Maryland is we've got different rules of the road in every place in the state. This attempts to standardize it, so if you're out of state and you're looking to come to Maryland, you kind of know if you want to get this project moving in a more expedited process, you need to follow the standards set forth in the bill for all those things of setbacks, siting, vegetation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think it's, again, a market signal that we're not going to be number 50 in the United States of America on regulatory problems for permitting and siting any longer. And this bill really tries to get us from the 50 spot to a much better place to actually develop some of these projects.
And the standards that are in here have been, the MACO has removed their opposition, but the standards are something that's been based on what some counties are doing and trying to standardize it, or who do we draw the standards from?
Well, I think, MACO does represent the counties of this state. I think there's some best practices, take into account some of the goals that you just referenced, and they came to us and they made sense, and as I say, the committee adopted most, if not all, of those MACO recommendations. So.
Okay, so the bill started out with maybe a hard and fast rule, and there was some accommodation made based on feedback.
Well, yes, including the priority preservation area cap was not in the original bill, and it's, again, still going to have to go through the House of Delegates. As I said earlier, they may have a different view on us giving up 95% of our state preemption authority. So, that's why we want to get this moving and try to get some protection that does not currently exist under state law.
Okay. And then finally, just more of a broader question, and I'm not going to try to relitigate solar energy and what we've done in the state. I do have this concern. You brought up the power line issue. And, counties that have had squeamishness about approving or concerns about approving solar in ag areas particularly, or in other areas in general. My county, for example, has not had a lot of issues with solar in general, but there was a lot of concern about it in ag land, and I think it's a fair concern, which we're talking about. But when the power line project was proposed, there's been a lot of, most have been very supportive, but there's been some sneering of, well, you folks didn't want solar. It's like, well, 2 or 3 solar farms were not going to be the difference between what we've lost when we've shut nearly 30 power plants in the state. So what is the nexus between a natural gas plant? What is the difference between how much battery and solar are we going to need? Because we have this, I would call it an irrational fear of what folks call fossil fuels like natural gas, which are completely clean.
Okay, so that'll, we're going to have another bill. And I think I think I said this at the outset, we need to look at the package. This bill's focused on solar and battery storage, energy storage. We have a bill right behind it that's going to deal with nuclear and dispatchable generation. And maybe you want to, so you got to look at the whole thing. We're trying, it's all hands on deck here. We want to avoid more transmission line stories
Fair
like
enough.
the one in your community, and whether it's more nuclear, incentivizing that, natural gas, solar, battery storage. This bill, in conjunction with the next one, I think have to be looked in tandem. So I don't want you to obsess entirely.
Coal, sure.
You
Clean
can't.
coal.
Yeah, let's not focus entirely on solar. This is, again, a package deal.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, I appreciate that. I know that sometimes when we get into the questions, some folks may wonder why we're asking the questions, but I think it's important for those of us to understand what's in the bill and how it works. These energy issues are really important, and I think we've made some policy choices in the state that have led to some problems, but there's also been a lot that's happened that is beyond our control a little bit, so we want to try to get firm handle on it. So I appreciate the indulgence for some questions. Thank you.
All right. On the favorable report as amended, recognize the senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hate to ask the chair of the committee if he would stand once again. And I promise this will be very brief compared to what he's undergone so far. So I'm looking at the bill. First of all, let me commend this committee for bringing this bill forward. As the chair probably can recall, for some years I've been concerned about putting solar panels on farmers' fields. And way back when we debated the Climate Solutions Now bill, I had a proposed amendment to put solar panels on rooftops of schools that would be built. So my concern goes back a number of years. I think this is a forthright and sensitive attempt to try to deal with this issue. The one thing, well, to begin with, I brought up on my screen a map of the state of Maryland and where we have these priority preservation areas. And it's impressive. I was impressed to see in my county, Baltimore County, a substantial amount of the land in the northern part of the county is in these areas. I also noticed that there's some counties that do not have any areas at all.
Well, we mentioned that 4.
You did. Yeah. There were 4. By my identification, like Charles County doesn't, Dorchester County doesn't, and perhaps Allegheny and Garrett. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I can confirm Allegheny and Garrett. Okay, there's 4 or 5 there are. I don't have it committed on that.
So, and you confirmed earlier that if a county had in existence on January 1st, 2025, one of these areas, the county then could add more land to that area as the years go on. Which raises the question in my mind, why are we not going to permit those 4 counties that don't currently have any areas? Why are we not going to permit them to establish areas? I can't figure that out. What?
I think we had a conversation about this in committee. I'm trying to get a refresher.
Yeah.
And of course, we come back every session, so that could be a modification for a 2026 bill for sure. But yeah, okay. I mean, they're perfectly entitled from now to go ahead and establish a priority preservation. There's nothing in this bill that prohibits, but as I noted earlier, since it wasn't in existence by January 1, 2025, they can't take advantage currently of this 5% cap that we're putting in place. Now, I think I could say this about this bill and a lot of the energy bills. As things evolve and develop and we come back each session, I think this bill likely could get modified in 2026. But again, we cut it off at January 1, 2025. But there's nothing that says they can't do it, and then maybe next session. It's just since they don't have one in place currently, I guess we were not envisioning this rush to I don't want to go too far. No. We're silent on that. If you had one in place by January 1st, you take advantage of this 95% reduction in state preemption authority.
All of which makes total sense to me. I just can't understand the rationale for saying 4 counties that didn't have these zones as of January 1st, 2025 can't take advantage of the provisions of the bill.
Senator, if you would yield, I mean, we've had this opportunity. Counties have been able to have this designation for, I don't know what year we created. It's been many, many, many years. And so, the fact that those 4 counties have chosen at no point since having the ability to do so to actually designate such an area, they've had an opportunity to do so. So I'm not suggesting they wouldn't in the future now to basically take advantage of the new bill.
Exactly.
But I think that, could be something that we could revisit in 2026, et cetera.
Would an amendment to this bill be appropriate to take out that date and allow those 4 counties to establish
I
these
would
zones?
suggest this bill it has to go through the House of Delegates. I think this could be a potential amendment. If you have a colleague over there, I think at this point, with time running out, I'd like to quite frankly, move the bill along. And then some of this, I think we already have some other issues. Actually, in this bill and the next one, we're going to continue to work with the House of Delegates. This might be one that
Okay, I'm just,
worth some
I
conversation.
don't represent one of those 4 counties.
Okay, well,
so
they've
it really isn't, but I would assume that there are legislators in the room, in this chamber, who do represent those 4 counties. If I were one of them, I think I would want to amend the bill so that they could take advantage of this.
Right, again, nothing prohibits these counties from literally creating a priority preservation area and then maybe coming back to the General Assembly and say, okay, let us be included as well.
Sure.
But that's not the current state of affairs in the state
Okay,
of Maryland.
thank you for your answers
Yeah.
to my questions.
All right. On the report, any further discussion? Any objections to the report? Without objection, the favorable report as amended is adopted. Recognize Senator from the 37th has an
Okay.
Senator from the 37th has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
My apologies, Mr. President. I got a little confused with the debate that we were just listening to. I got my amendments mixed up. The pages have the correct amendment now.
This is the co-sponsor amendment, I imagine. All right, Senator, may explain the amendment.
Yeah, while the amendment's being distributed, Mr. President, would it be okay to ask the floor leader a couple questions, or should I go right into the amendment?
Senator, if you go right into the amendment, please.
Okay, colleagues, the amendment addresses an issue that you just heard about. There's a lot of discussion about, make sure I say it correctly, the priority preservation areas. And, the floor leader was talking about the percentage, the 5%. And if I had the opportunity to talk, the mention it was that, well, we started at 20%, we went to 15%, we went to 10%, we got down to 7%, and now we're at 5%. And then there was the argument that that 5 was the national leading standard. Well, what this amendment does is it actually reduces 5 to 2%. And I don't know if this was if this is a subcategory or a limitation, but I know in New Jersey, Mr. President and colleagues, in New Jersey, there's a 2.5% cap on prime and productive agricultural soils. So 5% is certainly not lower than the 2.5% that's currently in place in New Jersey. I'm not sure about the math or the arithmetic of how we came to 5%. I know that our priority preservation areas, I'll show colleagues, I don't have a handout, but you can see it's the green area on this map. You all can see this okay. It's spattered around the state. In total, there are 2,051,092 acres in priority preservation areas. In my math, my chicken scratch math is 5% of that is 102,555 acres, which is an interesting number because numbers are really important here. And I understand that the goal that has been laid out is somewhere around by MEA. This goal that was created by MEA was somewhere around 35,000 acres or 30,000 acres. I'm told I'm a little high with that. So about 30,000 acres. What 2% would, that's for the entire state, not just priority preservation areas, but it's the entire state. And so what 2% does is it reduces the number of acres that would be included to 40,000, which exceeds
the amount that's needed to meet the MEA goal for the entire state of Maryland. And again, this is a 2%. It's a first step in this new permitting structure that we're putting in place. So by no means would that dictate that the state of Maryland wouldn't come back and increase from 2%. But what it would do, it sends a message. We talked about messages, and by having a controlled amount of that priority preservation area, you know that you're not driving all of your solar investment to priority preservation area. These are important. It's important to keep a balance. And if you look at the priority preservation areas, they're not equally spread across the state. You know, heard it mentioned earlier. The green on this map are priority preservation areas. The green is all, I mean, most of Caroline County, most of Queen Anne County, most of Kent County, and most of Wacomico and Worcester counties are all green. You know, by having a 5% cap, it sort of puts a target, it puts a target on those counties. And 2% is reasonable. The numbers add up to what the goals are currently. I'm not on the committee, so I'm not sure about the debate. I don't know how we started at 20% and went to 15, 10, and 5. Those were numbers that were suggested, I guess, from the developers. And the numbers we put together on this amendment are based off of the state's goals. And 2% is a balanced, reasonable, measured goal to move this program forward. And so with that, Mr. President and colleagues, I would move the amendment. I'd urge for its favorable adoption, and we would request a roll call vote.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Hear from the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, Mr. President, the committee actually considered this exact amendment and rejected it, and there's a couple reasons I'll just point out. You know, first of all, I keep harping on the fact that we're giving up 95% of our state preemption authority. This would take us to 98%. So the 95%, again, unprecedented, strictest in the nation. The amendment would have us relinquish, as we're trying to address our resource adequacy goals and get more in-state generation, relinquish 98% of our state preemption authority. Right now it's 100. This would remove 98% of that authority. But that said, I think the fundamental flaw in the bill, and it was referenced earlier, the Clean Energy Jobs Act, the goal that the sponsor of the amendment is referencing relates to the goals laid out for the renewable portfolio standard in the Clean Energy Jobs Act, which was referenced that I did sponsor in 2019. That program has, before I go there, the New Jersey program, Mr. President, is completely different. So they're set up different, the land is different, and so the reference to New Jersey really is an apples and oranges comparison. But another apples and oranges comparison is the reference to the goals of the renewable portfolio standard, which is what the Maryland Energy Administration is referencing about a solar carve-out in that bill, 14.5% by 2030. That program is about incentivizing new renewable with ratepayer dollars. We've had lots of debates over the years about that program. It's incentives to build out more renewable. It has nothing whatsoever, let me repeat this, Mr. President, nothing whatsoever to do with demand and resource adequacy goals. Completely different. So the 2% number seems again to be targeted to a goal and a program that deals with incentives for more renewable. It has nothing to do with trying to address our supply-demand imbalance, which is a different kind of number, a different kind of an analysis. And I put that out there as a reason why I think the bill, or the amendment, I should say, as again I mentioned, was rejected by the committee. I think it's misguided and misplaced, and for all those reasons, Mr. President, I'd ask the body to resist or reject this particular amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 35th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rising to speak in favor of this amendment. It did come up in committee and didn't make it, but hopefully with a little more debate, maybe we'll have a different result here. But, you know, we're hearing a lot about percentages, you know, 5 versus 2. And, you know, 5 as a percentage does sound like a low number. But that's over, you know, it's like 100, I think 20,000 acres, whatever it is, or 102. It's over 100. The 2% is like 41,000 acres. Now, that's a lot of farm ground right there. That's a lot of ground. And when you look at that number, that's just in the PPA. So as you look at solar goals and you're looking at total acreage, let's think about stuff like my colleague from Baltimore County mentioned some of his ideas for rooftop and on schools and such. But also there's brownfields in every county that we could be maybe looking at some of those areas. Once ground's taken out of agriculture, they can say, oh, we're going to put it back after 25 years. There's a lot of remediation that has to happen before that ground can go back. And as you look at, you know, our #1 industry in the state of Maryland, you can't farm, you can't grow corn and soybeans where those solar panels are. Okay, I know there's some amendments about agrivoltaics, which was accepted by the committee. That's a little different what you can do in those areas. But for conventional farming, this has taken a huge chunk, and we need to make sure we get this number right. And I think that 2% number strikes the correct balance, because that gives us 41,000 roughly acres in that PPA, and it doesn't count the areas that are not in a PPA. That could be over, you know, more acreage available. Think of the brown sites and these other areas. Maybe we work toward, you know, think of all the houses with rooftop solar, which are all allowed. So I think 2% strikes the right balance. It's something that would work for the ag community. It's a give and take, but I would just encourage the colleagues to protect this ag land as best we can and vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? If not, let's hear from the maker of the amendment.
Just a quick rebuttal to the opposition. You know, RPS was talked about. RPS was supposed to be a temporary program. It was never supposed to be a permanent program. It was established first to be temporary, and then it would get renewable energy projects rolling, and the industries would take off, and then the RPS would go away. RPS has just taken over. So, you know, that was mentioned, and it should be brought up and remembered. Every time you hear RPS, remember that was a temporary program. By no means is it temporary anymore. And there was an argument also made that this would take away 98% of the state's preemption authority. Well, that's just this is just in PPA areas. There's 100% authority everywhere else. And there's also the 2% is just a limitation in PPA, and you've heard already anything over 2 megawatts brings the state in and all those other areas. So to say that 98% of the authority is being, you know, limited, I mean that's just in these PPA in the PPA areas. I mean there's 4 counties that have no PPA areas, and there's many other counties. If you can see this map, there's no green on this map. So it's a minimal restriction. And at the bottom, the point of this argument is, you know, what are the numbers? What do you really need? Let's use this is hard science. You've got the numbers before you. This provides 40,000 acres, which exceeds the goal for the entire state. It's plenty of land to be available, and it can always be adjusted in the future. So I urge this favorable report.
All right, thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, I think we've exhausted discussion. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 24 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there further amendments to the bill or its title? I recognize the minority leader has an amendment. Oh yes, Senator from the 26th district before the minority leader goes.
Yes, on this last vote, I want to change my vote from green to red.
Green to red on the last one. We'll have a vote switch. Are there any objections to the senator's motion? Without objection, so ordered. The minority leader has handed in an amendment. There we go. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This kind of follows on the last amendment that we just discussed, but provides a more equitable solution to the distribution of new solar projects. So what this would do is put the cap at 2%, as we just discussed, but once every county has reached that 2%, then it could expand to 5%. So we're still getting the 5% that the bill looks for, but it's after an equitable distribution of solar so that every county can participate in helping with our energy crisis and being able to provide the much needed electricity to the grid. And just for, again, back up, as my colleague from the Middle Shore mentioned, how much is needed in terms of acreage to meet our goals. The 2% on the Eastern Shore, just on the Eastern Shore, would be over 21,000 acres. And as we've heard, MEA stated that just over 40,000 acres are needed to meet our RPS goal of 14.5%. So this still would have at 2% the Eastern Shore essentially picking up over half of the utility scale solar projects needed for the entire state of Maryland. And then only then would they have to go to 5% if other counties are participating in this as well. So with that, Mr. President, I move the amendment.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the floor leader.
Yes, and I have tremendous respect for the minority leader. Similar to what I just said, two things. Again, continues to make reference to goals, but he's talking about RPS goals, which have nothing whatsoever to do with in-state generation addressing our resource adequacy problem crisis in the state of Maryland. Different goals, different numbers, apples and oranges, and so it's just a variation of a theme of we are giving up 95% of state preemption authority, strictest in the nation, unprecedented. In effect, this is again back to the 98% state preemption relinquishment at a time when we need in-state generation. And so for the reasons that I mentioned in the prior amendment, I would urge the body to resist it similarly for the same reasons this particular amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 37th District.
Just want to back this amendment up, and we brought an amendment earlier. I talked earlier about the implications of the BRFA. This is a reasonable amendment. You pass this bill with that 5% on it, and you go to MACO in the summer, you go to MML in the summer, and you hear about it. The Eastern Shore is not happy. There are some real issues right now with what's going on. This sends a message, okay? We know the target's on our back for solar. All this does is make sure that this is done fairly amongst the state. Once again, this is another little notch there's another little watch on the wall, and it's adding up, and there's a lot of frustration. This is a very simple amendment. It's reasonable. It doesn't even undermine the 5% that's already in the bill. It just says it has to be done equally around the state. Why is that bad? Why is that hard? This doesn't undermine what's in the bill. We just want to be treated fairly. That's all we want. We want to be treated fairly like everybody else. That's all this amendment does. I don't understand how that's well, anyway, the amendment is sound. The amendment doesn't undermine the bill. I can understand the 2% because it changes the 5%. This doesn't knock out the 5%. This just says we're going to treat the Eastern Shore like we treat the rest of the state of Maryland. I request a roll call.
All right. Senator requests a roll call. If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 27 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 931. Yep. Thank you. Senator from District 9 has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
We just noticed a small drafting mistake, and this corrects that.
Technical amendment, no objections from the committee. Any objections from the floor? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 931 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right, let's go to layover 43. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 937, the President, Public Utilities, Electricity Generation Planning, Procurement, Permitting, and Co-location, Next Generation Energy Act. Question is on the adoption of the 5 committee amendments and the favorable report.
Question is on the 5 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the committee amendments, any discussion on the committee amendments? With any objections? Without objection, the 5 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Recognize the minority leader on the report.
Thank you again, Mr. President. If the floor leader would
Will the floor to yield? Senator may proceed.
Great, there he is. Thank you. You know, again, in the fact that we've discussed this briefly last night, would you be willing again to just explain the bill and why this bill is necessary?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 937 has a number of very important provisions that are centered on reliable, affordable, in-state energy, and it looks to do so in the near term, the midterm, and the long term. As introduced, it expedites new, cleaner in-state generation to secure our grid and will also allow our state to eventually phase off of dirtier generation. It ensures large load customers like hyperscale data centers pay their fair share towards maintaining our distribution and transmission grid. It also strengthens Maryland's position to capitalize on new nuclear technology as it advances. As it was amended, it also made sure that we provided a rebate back to our ratepayers who are struggling with these very challenging energy bills that we are having right now. It also added another protection to the multi-year rate plans to ensure that they must be beneficial to the ratepayers, and that we would not allow for them to, in essence, go back and ask for additional money inside of the 3-year period of the rate plan. We also added cost containment language to the STRIDE statute, and that portion of the bill ensures that when the utilities are looking to replace some of their infrastructure, that they're doing it with a mind towards safety first and also cost containment. We also made sure to incorporate portions of Senate Bill 247, which would reduce ratepayer costs associated with the Empower program by allowing for that program to not just issue grants, but also to issue loans. And then finally, we added a provision to remove waste incineration from the RPS, as was an environmental priority of this year.
So did the senator say what the vote was in committee? I couldn't remember.
I apologize for that. Yes, indeed. The vote in our committee, given all of the provisions that are here, it came out of our committee 11-0.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Thank you. Yes, sir. Sorry, excuse me. Pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't hear all that part. Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. Just in kind of going off what you first stated with trying to address near-term, midterm, and long-term electricity, energy issues, right? We are also trying to address through that energy prices, correct? And I think, well, I wouldn't say I think, I'm sure every person in this chamber has had phone calls about high cost of electricity since we've been down here in January. And obviously this is what appears to be the piece of legislation that's going to try to address that this year. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay. So from the near-term solutions, what would you say of this bill addresses the near-term solutions?
The first is the $200 million rebate that we will return to the ratepayers at the time when they are going to be seeing the highest electricity bills, one time at the peak time in the summertime and also another at the peak time in the winter time. Is one of the main ways that we're going to do that. We are also doing it by incorporating the ability for the Empower program to issue loans, which will reduce the burden of that and extend the strength of the Empower program. We've also adjusted the multi-year rate plans, actually going backwards. And in fact, one of the multi-year rate plans if we don't pass this bill, we suspect that there will be a request for an adjustment of an additional $28 million that will be put onto the ratepayers. But with the passage of this bill and the removal of reconciliation, we would make sure to return that to our ratepayers and address cost right now.
Okay, so if we can just go through each of these. I mean, much has been said about the refund of the $200 million that came into the CEF through the alternative compliance payments, right?
Yes.
Okay. And those payments are necessary as a result of the generators not meeting the RPS goals.
That is correct.
Correct. Okay. And so in 2023, according to the PSC's Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard Report, the CEF fund took in $320 million from ACP payments. This is going to just pay back $200 million. Was there a way that $200 million was determined?
Well, first of all, what I would say to you is that it's important to note that the monies that are in the CEF fund, we already commit a significant amount of those monies to help low and moderate income Marylanders pay for their power, a very important part. We also use that money for grants to encourage our clean energy goals, which we know are very important to us. And so this portion of it, though, we felt that given the severity of the costs, what we've been hearing from our constituents, that we thought that it made sense to really return this $200 million while still allowing us to continue along to help low and moderate income Marylanders and also continue to move some of our goals forward as it relates to our move away from fossil fuels.
Okay, and I would think some of those goals are admirable, and we've been working on them for a series of time. We also have the universal service fee that helps with low income. But we also heard yesterday that $150 million of the CEF went to the general fund to help balance the budget. So that becomes concerning as well, that all of a sudden we are taking money in from ratepayers to now, from paying their electric bills to now start paying down the general fund and the operations of the state. So again, while it's nice to say we're going to provide a $200 million rebate, we've seen a few times, or there's been some estimates that this is about $40 per utility customer twice a year. Is that
is, although we are not certain of the exact amount that there would be, if you average it out, we do believe that it will be somewhere in that vicinity, but this will be administered by the Public Service Commission to the utilities. There will be a process where they will do that, and it will also be related to the amount of energy that people use as well.
So again, the number's $200 million goes back to the utilities for a specific distribution of that based on some type of volumetric average that each customer has used.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, I mean, not that it's nothing, but again, what we're hearing about, why we're getting a lot of phone calls and emails is not because somebody's bill went up $40, but it went up multiple hundreds of dollars. And you know, again, I understand we're trying to do something. Whether or not this is the best way, it shows that the General Assembly is trying to do something, or, I mean, what was the rationale behind it?
I have a great sensitivity to every single dollar that my constituents have to spend. Any amount, any dollar they share with me is important to them. It can mean their ability to pay for that prescription drugs for that $5. Every single dollar counts. Anytime that we're able to put this kind of money back into the hands of the ratepayers, we want to do that. It's all important.
Okay, and you know, again, we're looking at the money that is in the C fund currently. Again, I referenced the $320 million in ACP. That's for the 2023 calendar year. I spoke with Public Service Commission the other day on what the projected amount is for 2024, which is over. They've collected $380 million. So the number's going up. And again, this is as a result of not being able to meet our RPS goals, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, with removing one of the generation sources from the RPS and what that's going to do to electric rates. But just to be sure that the paying back of ratepayer money that they have already overpaid because of our policy, doesn't have any long-term effect on rates, right? This will be sounds like a one-time, we heard you, every dollar is important, but this is not a solution to what may be happening in January, next January. This is just, well, we hear you.
This is one time, but this is in the context of all three pieces of the leadership package for energy. We are working hard with the other bills where we will encourage and increase the speed with which we're able to actually meet those RPS goals by bringing on additional solar. And there will be planning that will make sure that we are doing this in the right way, such that we're making our way across all of these to eventually be able to do a better job of achieving our RPS goals, which we still carry.
Right. But
it is one time.
But solar is only one part of the RPS.
That's correct.
In fact, so even if we're not near our 10% that we're trying to get to right now, but it's really the other tier one non-solar directs that we are falling behind on. That Maryland, excuse me, that Maryland's not going to solve that problem, because we're not going to create that type of tier one generation in the state.
It is true that we will continue to look to, we'll absolutely continue to have to work hard to create new renewable generation, but you are not wrong that what we have said and what we have used with the RPS is that we as a state are committed to renewable energy, and we want to find that in the different places. That may be in Maryland. Some of it is outside of Maryland as well. And so that's just a commitment that we have, that we want to continue to work to become less reliant on fossil fuels. We want to do everything we can to have that generation happen inside of our state, but we are also supportive of those things outside of our state, including within our regional grid, the PJM.
Okay, thank you. On to Empower. Empower is a line item on every customer's utility bill. Mm-hmm. They can see every month what they are being charged for our policies, right, mm-hmm. that are created for certain different reasons. Last year we passed legislation that is going to, from testimony from the utility companies, possibly triple Empower costs by next year, by 2026. In fact, it was brought up many times that utility customers are going to see a 3x increase in their Empower goals in 2026, a year that might be important to everybody, that they talked about over and over again. does the changes that were made to Empower, and all I am seeing it with respect to that is it allows DHCD to issue loans and in addition to grants. What is being done specifically to either lower or change what the customers are going to see on their bills with respect to Empower?
This bill does not change the amount of the actual Empower fee that folks see on their bill. But I want to just say that the Empower program is actually one of the places where this is a multi-tiered approach to getting us off of fossil fuels and to getting us to being more energy efficient. This is one of those places where this program, which is the return on investment in this program has been outstanding. This is the place where our constituents are able to go to get those energy efficiency looks inside of their homes, and we're able to then identify windows. We're able to identify other home efficiency things that this program does. It's returned back to Marylanders, and it works for us as a whole by reducing our overall energy usage, which of course we know is a significant part of our situation, which is as load continues to grow, we want to make sure that we manage that as well.
It's an interesting perspective. I think we'd certainly like to manage electricity use, but we're also seeing policy after policy after policy that moves to electrification. Mm-hmm. So we are potentially in a environment that wants us to use more electricity.
And the Empower program helps to keep it down.
So I think that was the intent of Empower many years ago, and I think most people recognize Empower by the light bulbs that you used to be able to get at the store for cheap. And you know, Empower probably has a bad name because that's the only way that it's referred to. But at the same time, I bet you could ask a fair amount of people if they've ever felt like they've benefited from Empower. And you know, other than seeing loans go out to individuals and organizations and different types of appliances and things. We've talked many years, and when we were in finance together, you know, has Empower run its course? You know, have we gotten to the point that it is no longer beneficial without doing projects that cost an awful lot of money? You know, in other words, the low-hanging fruit's all been picked from the Empower tree, and now you're having to go on bigger and bigger projects that may not benefit the masses of people that pay into it. And so I think that was what the hope was, that we would see a broader change to Empower that recognizes that the cost of Empower are going to continue to rise, and that it's now volumetric, it's based on how much you use, and people are going to see this bill, this increase on their bill. And I don't think that we really have done anything in this legislation to address that rising cost, and that's what you're telling me, right?
So, well, one of the things that happens with the language of the bill is that this does allow DHCD to access and search for, if available, other financial sources to reduce the amount of money that they have to get from ratepayers. Therefore, it will allow for an ability for us to lower that surcharge as a result. So there is some flexibility that is built into it by virtue of what we talk about with the language that we have in there with regard to Empower and DHCD, Department of Housing and Community Development.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Next big thing that we've heard you mentioned, again, midterm solutions, is multi-year rates. And I think only the Exelon companies, BGE and Pepco, use multi-year rates. Is that accurate? I mean, we're not seeing it from First Potomac Edison or Delmarva.
As of right now, it was a pilot program, and thus far, the multi-year rate plans Exelon companies have been the ones who have applied for, and the one is utilizing a multi-year rate plan.
So multi-year rates allow a utility company to go into the PSC and provide a rate case on what the rates should be for multiple years, 3 years, I think it is. And again, it was a pilot program
Yes, we made it permanent.
in this bill.
No, we did. We are undoing that now. I mean, what we're doing is we're putting restrictions on the multi-year rate plan now to make sure that that there is not the ability for the utility to come back after they've created the plan. It's got to be beneficial to the ratepayers, number one. And then when the plans are to be approved, we've just really narrowed what they can do, and we've said that they cannot come back for reconciliation during a 3-year period if they were to use it.
So, thank you, because that's my next question, talk about reconciliation, and you're removing reconciliation, but reconciliation goes both ways.
Thus
right?
far, we have not experienced it going both ways. The only thing we've experienced is it having increased costs for our ratepayer customers, or for our club. And so therefore, it just has not, it has not functioned in a way that has been beneficial to the ratepayers, and therefore we're going to remove it.
We're not removing multi-year rate plans.
We are not. The purpose for and the rationale for that is that we still give these utilities the option to use the more traditional plan where they are reimbursed for the charges that they have to ask for reimbursement from the Public Service Commission for the charges that they had from the previous year. But what we are going to do with this is this. The idea was that if the utility is, instead of just getting reimbursement, there's a certain cost of money that's associated with that, and they aren't sure that they're going to be reimbursed for that. The idea was that if they were able to provide a 3-year plan going forward, where they say in that 3-year plan, these are the things that we're going to be able to spend, and if they're able to get from the Public Service Commission an approval of that process, they can then go to the market and get money that will cost less, thereby saving ratepayers money, by cost less for those kinds of improvements that they're going to need to do to some of their infrastructure and things like that as a part of the process within the distribution grid. That's how it's supposed to work. And that we still believe, so long as they can make that case, so long as they can prove that it's beneficial to the ratepayers, and they're able to save our ratepayers money, that makes sense. What we will not have them do is have that and then come back 6 months later and say, oh, we spent some more money, give us some more money. No, that's not what the plan is supposed to do. It's supposed to be able to provide a clear set of dollars that people are going to spend over the course of 3 years that they're able to manage.
Mr. President,
What purpose the Senator Rice?
the Senator would yield so I can ask the floor leader a couple questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. So 2 questions, because I was distracted with the capital budget. What was the vote in committee?
It was 11-0 in our committee. It was supported, bipartisan support.
Got it. And then the second question is, how many Marylanders will get this refund?
All of the ratepayers, every single ratepayer across all of our state, absolutely,
tens of thousands.
thousands upon thousands of Marylanders, all ratepayers will receive that rebate.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
And the longer we're here, the less time they have to actually get the money out, right? Because we're too busy? Okay.
Thank you.
Sarah may proceed.
I appreciate my colleague asking the question of Marylanders, can they get the money that they overpaid back from the government? That's a very interesting concept because we don't always see that. Sometimes maybe in your tax returns, but very often do we see the government giving back their own money. So this, again, that is a positive. We'd certainly like to see it be a little bit more, but I just want to go back into the multi-year rate case because I think that this is one of the issues that have really kind of driven up the cost per kilowatt hour. Because again, if you talk about your utility bill altogether, and again, as we all got the phone calls and the email messages, it was recognized that there was a lot of usage, right, in this period of time, that it was unseasonably colder than it had been before, right? And so people used more electricity, therefore they're going to pay more. But at the end of the day, the cost per kilowatt hour, the rates, had also just gone up in January. And this was a result of the multi-year rate. And I think what's concerning about the multi-year rate is that the utilities are projecting, in that case, what the rates should be. And rather than when they go through and then they go back, and there is reconciliation at it. And the Public Service Commission, let's say they are tough enough, could come back and say, did you really spend as much as you said, and really did you spend it efficiently? And that's the big question. Utility companies can spend money, we know that, but are they spending it efficiently? And Floor Leader, you were on executive nominations as well, and we just had the Public Service Commissioners, the two new ones, come in before us. And one of the questions evolved on, what are the utility companies paying for? What types of projects are they doing? And we've all talked about STRIDE, we related to gas, we understand that. On the electric side, it's more about reliability, frequency, duration, things about that, what makes the grid reliable. And the utility companies can spend as much as we would possibly let them to get things to be just a little bit more reliable, to be outages just a little bit shorter, and things like that. And what we had mentioned was, are you at the point of the law of diminishing returns? Are you spending a lot more money to get very limited results? And that's what's concerning about the utility companies right now and doing multi-year rates, is that they're able to project these rates. And if you don't have reconciliation, if you don't have the Public Service Commission to come back and say, did you really spend the money the way that you can, doesn't this just kind of give the utilities a blank check?
It in fact does the, I would argue that it does the opposite, and it forces the utilities to be more thoughtful on what they are projecting to be. Now, the thing is, the Public Service Commission is the ultimate arbiter on this. They approve these rates. They then also do the process of validating those rates. So we must make sure, and we've put that, we're putting those guardrails, we're indicating to the Public Service Commission, make sure that this is beneficial to the ratepayer when you are approving these rates, and it really does fall to them.
Okay. Just a couple more things. You mentioned generation, and again, what we are trying to do with the Next Generation Energy Act. You mentioned both nuclear and gas generation. Can you just explain a little bit more, because again, these are more on the long-term part of the bill.
Yes.
A little bit, excuse me, a little bit more on what we're doing from that long-term generation perspective.
Sure. What we are creating is an opportunity for energy that basically we can turn right on. That energy could be used to help us get through if we're in a situation where there's like a peak demand sort of situation, and or to help us with our base load, with which we need just to regularly run our power system. What we're really aiming to do in this procurement, we're aiming to speed up that process for it to happen. We are requesting that it be to have that level of capacity to be able to be turned on immediately, such that it can do that for us. And what we're really doing is we're creating this expedited process for this to also at the same time though only up to replacing the dirtier fuels that we currently have in our state, the coal and the oil that are a part of our in-state generation mix. So by doing it, we're going to have more reliability, but we're also going to have cleaner energy in our state.
Okay. Unfortunately, many of us are seeing the effects of shutting down reliable coal and oil generating that we've seen in Brandon Shores and Wagner. And while the environmental community may think that that was a great step in what they consider important, the reality is that we are now in a position of two very different requirements that will dramatically increase energy costs. The RMR, reliability must run, which is essentially PJM telling these two generators, you must stay open. And you must be available for us whenever we need them at capacity times. Mm-hmm. And in order to stay open all year round and be available at those times, you get to charge us the rate to cover being open all the time, even for the shortest of times it might be required. So we've taken we've taken very reliable energy off the grid and now made it to be only available at the peak times for a very, very high price. At the same time, this RMR will be in place until a new transmission line gets built from Pennsylvania, right? That will come from Pennsylvania and will replace the energy that was lost from the generating facilities at Brandon Shores and Wagner. What we really don't know when we build these, I think that's now up to $1.5 billion is the latest estimate for that transmission project, of which there are going to be multiple transmission. Maryland will probably eventually become a transmission state, much rather than a generating state. But this generation, this transmission project, $1.5 billion, will be borne, the cost of that will be borne by ratepayers, right? Ratepayers will be paying, once again, an added cost for the closure of two very reliable energy sources. Now we have to bring in power from Pennsylvania, which may or may not be generated from coal or nuclear or gas-fired. We don't know where generation comes from there. So we've made a decision to close down two facilities, pay a very high price for a short period of 3 or 4 years, build a new transmission line, and then import electricity from Pennsylvania. This bill doesn't necessarily do anything to address those types of concerns.
Mr. President, without question, this bill addresses just that issue. That's the reason for this bill. All of those costs that are there that are associated. Why we are creating an expedited process in order to backfill that which is lost. We are fully aware that this is a situation that we need to address. It's why we are creating this, and up to those places for those that level of generation in our state that's been pulled offline by virtue of these being retired. And by the way, they're being retired for economic reasons. That's the reason why they're being retired. They're not being retired for any other reason other than that. But that is exactly why we are doing this bill. That is the midterm and the long-term purpose of the bill.
So I think there's been some debate with the economic reasons or not, but let's say, okay, now we have to replace generation, and we're trying to, as you said in this legislation, talk about new generation. Other than an expedited process through the PSC, if we're looking to backfill, and I think the comments were 3 gigawatts of natural gas-fired generation, other than just the expedited process, what else is being done to ensure that that type of generation is economically viable?
There are a couple different things. One, we're providing a procurement process for this as well, right? Which is an indicator to those who are out there that this is a project that we know that they will be able to get their rate of return on. So it is a procurement process up to this level. It is expedited as well, but the PSC is charged with the actual procurement that would allow for these energy build out to occur. And so that's where we want to make sure that we are able to make sure that happens. So
Procurement process is a scary term. We've heard that with the latest offshore wind bill, that there would be a procurement by the Department of General Services to make sure all that energy generated by offshore wind would be sold at a certain price. How are we guaranteeing procurement in this legislation? I mean, procurement is about dollars and cents. So are we doing power purchase agreements, long-term service agreements? Who's backing them and who's paying for those?
That is a part of the charge that we gave to the Public Service Commission as a part of the process, is for just that. Basically, the way that the process is set up, they will go out to create the procurement. They will seek bidders, and if those bidders are not there, we're going to come back again to try to ensure that we're actually able to to make it happen. But we're trying to create a space of certainty that will allow for this dispatchable energy to know that they will be able to run for their full life and be reimbursed.
Okay, so there will be an RFP of some type that comes out by the PSC that will say, if you build in Maryland, we will make sure that that energy is procured at a certain price, that the energy from these generating facilities will not bid into the wholesale market, that they will have their own price associated with that?
No, I understand that they would become a part of the interest would be for them to become a part of the larger capacity and capacity market, and also or the baseload market. I'm not trying to suggest that that's not what we're doing. We're trying to increase the speed of that process, and then also provide sort of a backup that would allow them to make that happen.
Okay. Nuclear, you mentioned nuclear as well as trying to find a way to increase generation through nuclear.
Yes.
And I think the reality of the process is we would possibly only see maybe an increase in generation at Calvert Cliffs.
This bill seeks to provide for an opportunity for increase at Calvert Cliffs, and also for bid processes going forward for small modular reactors as those things happen. Now, those are for the long term. Right. I talked about there being those sort of like those three different parts. We know that that's going to be longer term, but we do believe that in the longer term that nuclear will be a part of our all of the above energy mix.
Is there, and I think the governor's bill had something with that, where they were talking about the ZRECs or ZECs, the zero emission credits. Is there anything in this bill that deals with that?
This bill does create that. It does so at a flat rate. That was a part of the amendments. So there'll be a flat credit associated with that, since there's better cost containment mechanisms to survive some of the challenges that have been out there. But this definitely does create that, and then seeks to have the PSC if there are any additional changes that are needed in the future. But we start that process.
Okay. Is that kind of based off like an RPS model where they would be responsible to retire those types of RECs?
It is similar, and it's following a program that's been set up by NYSERDA. Which is New York.
That's New York, right?
Correct.
Right. And the question about that was, again, at the end of the day, is that a ratepayer cost? That would be those RECs.
It will eventually be. There will eventually be incentives, as we have across the board, just as we have had incentives for fossil fuels throughout the years. This is a space where this is obviously it's a complex issue, but it is one where we have had cross-subsidizing happen because this is an infrastructure, this is utility, this is what we have, and that has always been the case across the board.
Okay. Finally. There's another piece of legislation that was rolled into this, and that had to do back to the RPS and eliminating waste to energy from the RPS. The committee's thoughts on, again, it had its own bill hearing, rolled into this one. The thoughts about what that will do as you start to, again, shrink the availability of facilities and fuel types to meet the RPS requirements. Generally speaking, when you have less to choose from, the prices of the RECs could go up. What was the conversation about not just the waste to energy facility that's in Baltimore that many of us know, but the one that's also out in Montgomery County, or the two that are in Montgomery County?
The committee made a policy decision that the state of Maryland no longer felt that waste to energy was an appropriate part of the renewable energy portfolio. That was a decision that we made, so we pulled it out of there. And so that was a policy decision based on the will of the committee, which, as you've heard already, was voted out 11-0.
With respect to the ones in Montgomery County, I think that if I remember when it was its own bill last year, Montgomery County executive came in and asked for that to be extended for a period of, I think for a year, to make sure that they could decide how they wanted to handle what would be the loss of revenue to that generating facility if they no longer could sell RECs. And again, I am assuming that something will happen with Montgomery County as they were more proactive with it. The concern with the facility in Baltimore City is, did they provide testimony that they will remain open if the ability to sell these RECs are no longer afforded to them?
The testimony that we received from the Baltimore City government was that they were supportive of removing the waste to energy from the RPS. That's number one. Number two, the facility in Baltimore, the owner did not opine on whether or not they would be able to open or close. They talked about some ancillary benefits, quite frankly, that they talked about that were utilized through these dollars, but they never made any indication about their ability to stay open or to not. And furthermore, Baltimore City has a contract with them, so they are going to remain open for a period of time.
And you mentioned a couple things about what that facility did in Baltimore. Obviously, with the revenues that they generated from selling the RECs, they made a number of improvements to that facility. In fact, it is cleaner than the standards require it to be. When you mentioned that they had a contract with Baltimore City, is the price that they have or the agreement that they have with Baltimore City dependent on them being able to sell RECs?
I don't have that information.
So if you take RECs away from them, the ability to sell the RECs, there is the possibility that either their contract becomes invalid, possibly, or they have to go back to Baltimore City to renegotiate it.
Baltimore City came in support of Senate Bill 10, and there has been no indication that their contract has any connection to the RPS whatsoever.
No connection.
I'm sorry, to the waste to energy, renewable energy certificates or RECs. It does not, they are not connected.
Again, we've had this bill before as well too. And one of the concerns had always been the number of workers at the facility in Baltimore and the potential that if this shuts down, that those workers obviously lose their jobs. And then the concern about what is done or how the trash in Baltimore is then handled. Did any of that conversation come up this year with respect to Senate Bill 10?
There was not testimony about the facility closing down.
So there was testimony in favor of the bill from a number of people that seemed to be very pleased that the legislation was being introduced because they thought the facility was going to be shut down, and as a result, there'd be less dirty air. Are we saying that that's not the intention of having the waste to energy credits?
The policy decision is that the removal of waste to energy from the renewable energy portfolio, which is a policy decision, has to do with the fact that the committee decided that it no longer felt that it met the needs of the renewable energy portfolio. We've talked about having a clean energy portfolio, although that is not the name. It's moving things closer towards that, in that there are certain environmental air pollutants and things like that that do occur as it relates to waste to energy. And so that was just a policy decision that we would remove it from the renewable energy portfolio, the RPS, sorry.
Okay. All right. But I can just say, as we've seen with a number of the policies that have been created here, there are consequences to those policies. Sometimes the consequences are rates go higher. Sometimes the consequences are facilities shut down. as we've seen. Sometimes the consequences could be, if a facility shuts down, what then is handled with trash or something else. And I think, again, it's important that you recognize all of those could be possible just because we want to make a policy decision that we don't think something that's been in the RPS for years and years and years no longer belongs in the RPS. And we did that with black liquor out in Western Maryland, and my colleague would tell you that the result of that was that facility shut down.
Senator, with all due respect, that facility was on its way to closing and was gone as we were there, and it precluded the removal of the black liquor from the RPS.
Well, as we've seen with other things like Brandon and Wagner, it doesn't always take a actual policy to pass for the market signals to go out there to say the environmental community in Annapolis is after you. And once that has been done, we've seen closures in Western Maryland.
As I said, the closure was already planned long before we removed the black liquor.
Okay. That is it. Okay. Mr. Floor Leader, as always, a pleasure to converse with you. Thank you very much.
All right, questions on the favorable report is amended. Further discussion. Recognized Senator from District 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to clarify that
on the report?
On the report and the comments that were made about the Luke Mill, it is 100% correct that we lost 875 union jobs. We're talking jobs that were paying anywhere between $110,000 to $130,000 a year, and in a medium household income of $41,000 Allegheny County's at, they were detrimental, and we're still struggling from that. And as for the black liquor being removed from the RPS, it is true it did have a significant role there, but I tend to believe that it springs board to another AES Warrior Run clean coal technology also in Western Maryland. Actually got reports on how great it was and how clean it was. The policies that this body passed also has talked about shutting down that particular plant and has put Allegheny County behind the 8 ball again. Just a commentary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right. On the report, any further discussion on the report? Any objections to the report? Without objection, the favorable report as amended is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Recognizing the minority leader has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Which one am I going to do? Which this one?
All right. Senator may explain the amendment.
Where is it? Thank you, Mr. President. And to the floor leader, this is now written correctly to the right bill, although I did give you a copy of it earlier. Which one came? This amendment goes back to what was originally a pilot program that we discussed previously. In fact, a little more history about multi-year rates was there was legislation for a number of years that looked at multi-year rates, went through the committees on whether or not we should approve that. It never passed committee, but direction was given to the Public Service Commission to evaluate it themselves and put this into a pilot program, which they did. This amendment will just tell the Public Service Commission that beginning of October of this year, they may not approve any additional multi-year rate plans. That this would go back to the traditional method of setting rates, where the utility companies would have to come in each and every time they wanted to change their rates. They do not get the benefit of coming in one time and having rates set for 3 years. It also takes out, or because of the way the bill is now, the form that it's in, many of us believe that reconciliation is a very important part of multi-year rate plans. And with the bill taking that out, there really are no more checks and balances for multi-year rate plans other than when it's first introduced. And when it's first introduced, the utility companies are making the assumptions on what it's going to cost to provide reliable electricity. I think we've seen that this has not worked, multi-year rates. I think that we've seen year after year, we know we're going to see increase in utility costs, as we saw at the beginning of January, and that we should go back to just traditional rate making. So simply said again, that this will remove the ability for the Public Service Commission to approve multi-year rates for public utilities. With that, I move the amendment.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Recognize the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I would ask that we resist this amendment for the reasons that if it is done in the proper way, in the same way that we do this in our own homes, if we are able to plan forward over the course of a set of 3 years, we're able to make sure that our plan's right and we're actually able to save money versus us being in a reactive mode. Now, what we are not going to allow is for them to then just sort of use this as a piggy bank, but if they are able to use it in a right way, we want this tool to be on the table, because if it can save ratepayers money, we want to have it. They don't have to use it. They can still use the traditional style, but I would just ask that the body resist this amendment so that we can keep this as a tool in the toolbox.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, if there's no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Mr. President.
Excuse me, Senator, the vote is open. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The noes have it. The amendment is rejected. Are there further amendments to the bill or its title? Senator has an amendment?
Yep.
All right. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
I thought you were going to get up. That's right.
All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is just to test the generosity of the General Assembly. And this would require that the Public Service Commission adopt regulations to return all of the money annually that is received through the alternative compliance payments. So again, while we've spoken previously about the $200 million that we're going to give back, we're seeing nothing in this legislation that is going to slow down the ACP payments. In fact, unless I get another amendment through here, the ACP payments will probably even exceed further when we remove waste to energy from the portfolio mix. So we're going to see not $320 million, not $380 million, but even more and more penalty payments come in because generators or electric companies are not able to procure enough RECs. The RECs can't be sold, and therefore they will have to pay these penalties. So again, this will just say, as we've done already, asking the Public Service Commission to adopt the regulations on how the ACP payments will be distributed back to the ratepayers. This just says all of it. Every dollar that we have taken in, or that the CEF takes in, would have to go back to the ratepayers, and it would have to go back to them every single year money comes in from the ACP. With that, I move the amendment.
Colleagues, I would ask that you resist this amendment. The money from the ACP does in fact go into the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. Where inside of that fund, those dollars actually, and we do this all the time, they are used to help with direct bill assistance for some of our Marylanders who are most in need. It also are there and used for the energy efficiency that we talked about, which we know turns us return significant dollars and helps to pursue our larger clean energy and reduction in greenhouse gas goals. And it also works towards our clean and renewable energy abatement process for those things. I would just ask that this is a program that works. It has worked for the maintaining the RPS with the ACP, and so I would just ask that the body resist this amendment.
All right, on the amendment, Senator recognizes the minority whip.
Yeah, I rise to speak for the amendment. I would ask for a roll call on this because this is a great opportunity to help ratepayers significantly and permanently. These funds, the ACP funds, it goes into the CEF. It's an overflow fund. And the floor leader talked about how the money's used for different investments, but $380 million a year? It's clearly, the entire system has not been working to bring rates down, obviously. And it hasn't really been all that successful in creating a lot of green energy jobs in Maryland. So there's been a number of things said today. It's been actually, if you listened, a very interesting discussion, understanding more and more about energy between multiple very intelligent, well-informed people, and I know well-intentioned people. But the bill as it is currently sitting has some small amount of relief, but this would actually provide for a significant amount of relief and now, but also ongoing ratepayer relief directly. We heard from budget, I believe the budget chair, or in testimony about the budget or discussion about the budget, that the CEF fund right now has like over $700 million in it. It's a lot of money sitting there that's been taken from ratepayers. It's been taken from ratepayers. Every year, ratepayers, every month, have this money coming out of their bills. So this is an opportunity for us to help our ratepayers directly. So, Mr. President, I support the amendment.
All right, on the amendment, Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am also supporting this amendment, really supporting this amendment, because we're dealing with 3 energy bills in the closing week here of session. And I think when we talk to our colleagues, there's general agreement that the 2 priority issues have been the budget and these the skyrocketing energy rates for our constituents. I've received, I know you all have received petitions and emails, calls to our office. And so one of the main reasons I supported Senate Bill 937 in committee was because it had some immediate ratepayer relief, as the Senate President described it, limited but some immediate relief. This is an opportunity for us to return more ratepayer dollars back to the ratepayers. So I strongly support this amendment and urge a yes vote on it.
All right, on the amendment, recognize the chair of the Budget and Taxation Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just first off, just a correction, not 700, 300. 300 remaining. Look, this is a whole host of policy that has been developed over a number of years on how these funds are dedicated in the budget. I know we're all in a place right now where we are concerned about ratepayers across the state, and we're doing something about that. I think we just need to take a deep breath on this one, because this is a major change in policy. It's a major change in everything that we've been doing in this area, and so I would urge that we reject this amendment. And look, we should keep talking about this, no question about it. But we're taking some real action this year, and that's what I think we should be supporting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator. On the amendment, any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote?
Mr. President.
Wish to change their vote, explain their vote, recognize the minority leader has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Very quickly to explain my vote. You know, keep in mind that, again, these are penalty payments. This is part of the RPS that was developed, but essentially this is what happens when the RPS goes wrong. when there aren't enough renewable energy credits to purchase, they have to pay the payment. So to say that the CEF was built on this program isn't completely accurate, because no one ever expected that in 2023 we would pay more money, ratepayers would pay more money in penalties than they paid altogether, than generators paid altogether in selling RECs. And that's what happened when we had $320 million in payments of $564 million in REC acquisitions and REC purchases. So with that, Mr. President, there was a step taken to try to give immediate relief. All this does is continue to provide ratepayer relief for higher energy costs, and that's why I'm voting green.
All right. On the amendment, any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 29 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Recognizing the minority leader has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is in relationship to removing waste to energy from the RPS. And as was mentioned before, there are a number of different resources that qualify for the RPS. And over time, we've continued to eliminate one after another, again, black liquor and now waste to energy. And what that's doing is providing fewer and fewer generating types, or shrinking the portfolio mix of renewable energy types that can be used for the purposes of the RECs. And so if you're going to remove waste to energy, which in the most recent mix of different different types, it made up 15% of the entire group of fuel sources. So if I go through the groups, and again, this is in 2023, the last time that the data was provided for the PSC to do their 2024 report, black liquor was still in it at 16%. The next highest was, again, PV solar, which is not a tier 1 REC, but that was a source that was on it. And then wind, and in 4th place was renewable solid waste, which is waste to energy. And so if you're pulling that out of the goals that are required each year, it's going to make it more and more difficult to reach goals that are increasing each year. So this simply takes the RPS and reduces the goals by the same 15% that we're eliminating through pulling waste to energy out of the fuel sources that could be utilized to meet the goals. So again, you've got a goal, you've got 5 or 6 different very prominent fuel sources in there. You're going to take one of them away, and now you've got to make up the rest of that pie graph. You've got to be able to find a way to say, how do we make that up? Now, you could go to some of the other sources that are out there, and that's what's always interesting when we talk about the RPS and where Maryland ratepayer money is going. If you look at the different, or actually the location of facilities that provided RECs for the 2023 RPS compliance, you'll find that when you remove solar, utility scale solar, because we don't want to, count every single house that's done and actually, but if you go back to the tier 1 sources, the tier 1 non-solar sources, and take out geothermal, because again, that's not really contributing too much, but there only becomes 10 locations in Maryland. 10 locations out of all the locations that we are pulling, we're the facilities that we're able to go for rec compliance. In contrast, there are 30 locations in Virginia. So we are doing a lot to help, Maryland ratepayers are doing a lot to subsidize small hydro in Virginia. Illinois, there's only one. A lot of noise. There's only one Maryland. Illinois, 18 different wind facilities that Maryland ratepayers are subsidizing. 18 different facilities. Pennsylvania, 8 different wind facilities. 8 different wind facilities. Ohio, 14 different wind facilities. That's where all Maryland ratepayer money is going, to all these generating sites outside the state of Maryland. We're paying an awful lot of money. As I said, just over $200 million in rec retirement costs that were subsidized by Maryland ratepayers. So when we take out 2 of the 10 facilities in Maryland, we have to make them up somewhere else. And so I think it's important that, again, as we look to an RPS that was developed many, many years ago, and things have changed dramatically over those many years, that we stop just worrying about what these goals are. We stop just listening to the environmental advocates that all they care about is that we get to 50% by 2030. That's all they care about. That's all they want. They want the numbers. The environmental community in Maryland has never, ever cared about what it costs to achieve these goals. So this simply, just again, because these are only goals, Mr. President, we're obviously not meeting these goals, that's why the ACPs are so high, that it would just reduce the goal so it doesn't further impact Maryland ratepayers. When you pull out waste to energy and they have to make that up by either going to another out-of-state generating facility or pay additional ACP, at least the cost can be more reduced because the goals are not as high. So with that, Mr. President, I move the amendment and ask for a roll call.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Recognize the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I would ask that we resist this amendment. I just want to also just share with you all right now that some of the money that is going into to facilities that are waste to energy are going out of state today. Like right now, that's a significant portion of those dollars that are already leaving our state that we would make a change on. I would also just remind everybody that this is a package. This is a package. We have the 3 different parts of this bill, and that part of that package was making sure that in the Bill 931 that we're going to encourage in-state generation in our state. And that when we do that, we want to make sure that we have a robust set of recs that are available that will allow for it to go forward. The actual extra cost associated with this is actually de minimis. It will be replaced by other appropriate recs that we will be able to purchase to meet our continuing goals for the environment and for making sure that we are reducing our impact on greenhouse gas. So I would ask for us to reject this amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator. On the amendment, any further discussion?
Mr. President.
Any senators who have not yet spoken wish to speak? If not, recognizing the maker of the amendment.
Just to clarify, this amendment is drawn on the fact that waste to energy is coming out, right? So this is not a vote on whether you liked waste to energy or not. This is just an amendment that says when you pull it out based on the rest of the bill, that we don't have to have the same goals that we currently have while waste to energy is in it. We're reducing the goals by the 15% that waste to energy annually made up. And again, if you don't reduce the goals, we are trying to achieve the same RPS goals with fewer energy sources than we have currently. And when we have what we have currently is not working, as you can tell by the $320 million and $380 million in ACP payments that are being made. So again, this just brings it in line as we start taking out different sources for whatever reason, that we don't have to have the same goals, annual goals that we had every single year because of having a number of resources. It just brings it down to a more manageable effect. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'll be very, very brief. Very brief. The queue of new projects that are coming online are renewable projects that will fill this space in. We want to continue to encourage that as something of our priority, and that's what we want to do by maintaining these goals that are out there. I ask that we reject this amendment.
All right, on the amendment, without further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 30 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 937 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right, we went quite a bit over the anticipated timeline, so we are well behind schedule. There are costs to time delays, you know? That's how it goes. All right, let's do this. We have, let's check with committees. I think we're going to have to come back now around 5:30. And so it's 3 hours, not a lot of time for committee. So we'll do the best we can in what is 3 hours to eat and come back. So let's check with Chair of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance will meet at 3 o'clock for 3 bill hearings and a long vote.
All right, thank you, Senator. Education, Energy, and the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Triple E will meet at 3:30 for bill hearings. We have almost entirely delegation bills, but about a lot of them. So 3:30 in the committee room.
All right. Budget and Tax.
Thank you, Mr. President. 3 o'clock for voting.
3 o'clock. Yes, Judicial Proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judicial Proceedings Committee will meet today at 3 o'clock for bill hearings, followed by a voting session.
3 o'clock. Any further announcements, committee delegations, caucuses? If not, let's go ahead and do a quorum call. Actually, before we do that, Madam Secretary, we will secure the chamber. Chamber will be secure between now and 5:30. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Senator from Prince George's.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded in the green on the last bill, please.
On the last bill, without any objections? Without objections, so, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong. Red. Red on the amendment. Green on the bill.
On the amendment. Okay. Any objections to the amendment? Without objection, so ordered. All right, let's do a quorum call.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their presence?
I know.
So the clerk will take the call. With 45 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session, recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate of Maryland stand adjourned until 5:30 p.m.
Without objection, so ordered. See you all in a bit.